to order. I'm very pleased to welcome my colleagues, and I want to thank Ranking Member Senator Blackburn for her cooperation and collaboration. We've been working very closely. And the Ranking Member who is here, Senator Wicker, as well as our Chairwoman, Maria Cantwell. Senator Cantwell, I'm sure, will be here shortly. Most important, I'd like to thank our witness, Frances Haugen, for being here, and the two counsel who are representing her today. And I want to give you my heartfelt gratitude for your courage and strength in coming forward as you have done, standing up to one of the most powerful, implacable corporate giants in the history of the world, without any exaggeration. You have a compelling, credible voice, which we've heard already. But you are not here alone. You're armed with documents and evidence.
Shut the fuck up!
And you speak volumes, as they do, about how Facebook has put profits ahead of people. Among other revelations, the information that you
I don't
have
need you saying
provided
hi to me.
to Congress is powerful proof that Facebook knew
I'm you saying hi
its
to
products
anybody.
were harming
I'm
teenagers.
turning that fucking shit off.
Facebook exploited teens using powerful algorithms that amplified their insecurities and abuses through what it found was an addict's narrative. There is a question, which I hope you will discuss, as to whether there is such a thing as a safe algorithm. Facebook saw teens creating secret accounts that are often hidden from their parents as unique value proposition. In their words, a unique value proposition. A way to drive up numbers for advertisers and shareholders at the expense of safety. And it doubled down on targeting children, pushing products on preteens, not just teens, but preteens.
Too early for piss poor attitudes? Guess what, shithead? It's the last time I'll see your dumbass.
Instead of telling parents,
Bye.
Facebook concealed the facts. It sought to stonewall and block this information from becoming public, including to this committee, when Senator Blackburn and I specifically asked the company. And still, even now, as of just last Thursday, when a Facebook witness came before this committee, it has refused disclosure or even to tell us when it might decide whether to disclose additional documents. And they've continued their tactics even after they knew the destruction it caused. It isn't just that they made money from these practices.
Dude, this sounds like shit. I gotta get rid of this source. It's too bad. The fucking audio on it is pissing me the fuck off by the second.
Facebook and big tech are facing a big tobacco moment, a moment of reckoning. The parallel is striking. I sued Big Tobacco as Connecticut's Attorney General. I helped to lead the states in that legal action, and I remember very, very well the moment in the course of our litigation when we learned of those files that showed not only that Big Tobacco knew that its product caused cancer, but that they had done the research, they concealed the files, and now we knew, and the world knew. And big tech now faces that Big Tobacco jaw-dropping moment of truth. It is documented proof that Facebook knows its products can be addictive and toxic to children. And it's not just that they made money, again, it's that they valued their profit more than the pain that they caused to children and their families. The damage to self-interest and self-worth inflicted by Facebook today will haunt a generation. Feelings of inadequacy and insecurity, rejection, and self-hatred will impact this generation for years to come. Our children are the ones who are victims. Teens today looking at themselves in the mirror
I don't give a fuck if any of you dickheads are here.
feel
Fuck
doubt
off.
and insecurity. Mark Zuckerberg ought to be looking at himself in the mirror today. And yet, rather than taking responsibility and showing leadership, Mr. Zuckerberg is going sailing. His new modus operandi, no apologies, no admission, no action, nothing to see here. Mark Zuckerberg, you need to come before this committee. You need to explain to Frances Haugen, to us, to the world, and to the parents of America what you were doing and why you did it. Instagram's business model is pretty straightforward. More eyeballs, more dollars. Everything Facebook does is to add more users and keep them on their apps for longer. In order to hook us, Instagram uses our private information to precisely target us with content and recommendations, assessing that what will provoke a reaction will keep us scrolling. Far too often, these recommendations encourage our most destructive and dangerous behaviors. As we showed on Thursday, we created a fake account, my office and I did, as a teen interested in extreme dieting and eating disorders. Instagram latched onto that teenager's initial insecurities. It then pushed more content and recommendations, glorifying eating disorders. That's how Instagram's algorithms can push teens into darker and darker places. Facebook's own researchers called it Instagram's, quote, perfect storm, exacerbating downward spirals. Facebook, as you have put it, Ms. Haugen, so powerfully, maximizes profits and ignores pain. Facebook's failure to acknowledge and to act makes it morally bankrupt. Again and again, Facebook rejected reforms recommended by its own researchers. Last week, Ms. Davis said, quote, we're looking at, end quote, no specific plans, no commitments, only vague platitudes. These documents
This is Rad is a badass for sending $10. Good morning. Fun fact, the more friends you have on Facebook, the less you have in real life.
Facebook and Instagram safer. The company repeatedly ignored those recommendations from its own researchers that would have made Facebook and Instagram safer. Facebook researchers have suggested changing their recommendations to stop promoting accounts known to encourage dangerous body comparison.
Hey, this is Rad. Thanks so much.
Instead of making meaningful changes,
I'm making
Facebook
eggs.
simply pays lip service, and if they won't act, and if big tech won't act, Congress has to intervene. Privacy protection is long overdue. Senator Markey and I have introduced the KIDS Act, which would ban addictive tactics that Facebook uses to exploit children. Parents deserve better tools to protect their children. I'm also a firm supporter of reforming Section 230. We should consider narrowing this sweeping immunity when platforms' algorithms amplify illegal conduct. You've commented on this in your testimony, and perhaps you'll expand on it. We have also heard compelling recommendations about requiring disclosures of research and independent reviews of these platforms' algorithms, and I plan to pursue these ideas. The Securities and Exchange Commission should investigate your contentions and claims, Ms. Haugen, and so should the Federal Trade Commission. Facebook appears to have misled the public and investors, and if that's correct, it ought to face real penalties as a result of that misleading and deceptive misrepresentation.
I pissed off. The reason no one's here, I went off on everybody as soon as I got here.
I want to thank all my colleagues who are here today, because what we have is a bipartisan congressional roadmap for reform. that will safeguard and protect children from big tech. That will be a focus of our subcommittee moving forward, and it will continue to be bipartisan. And finally, I'll just end on this note. In the past weeks and days, parents have contacted me with their stories, heartbreaking and spine-chilling stories about children pushed into eating disorders, bullying online, self-injury of the most disturbing kind, and sometimes even taking their lives because of social media. Parents are holding Facebook accountable because of your bravery, Ms. Haugen, and we need to hold accountable Facebook and all big tech as well. Again, my thanks to you. I am going to enter into the record a letter from 52 state attorneys general and from 2 members of the Youth Advisory Board of Sandy Hook Promise, as long as there's no objection. And I will now turn to the ranking member, Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for entering that letter in the record that we have from our state's attorneys general. Good morning to everyone. It is nice to see people in this hearing room and to be here for the hearing today. Ms. Haugen, we thank you for your appearance before us today and for giving the opportunity not only for Congress, but for the American people to hear from you in this setting, and we appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I think also thanks to you and your staff that have worked with our team to make certain that we had this hearing and this opportunity today so that we can get more insights into what Facebook is actually doing as they invade the privacy not only of adults, but of children. And look at the ways that they are in violation of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, which is federal law, and looking at how they are evading that law and working around it. And as the chairman said, privacy and online privacy, passing a federal privacy standard has been long in the works. I filed my first privacy bill when I was in the House back in 2012, and I think that it will be this Congress and this subcommittee that is going to lead the way to online privacy, data security, Section 230 reforms, and of course Senator Klobuchar always wants to talk about antitrust. And I have to give a nod, Senator Markey is down there. When we were in the House, we were probably 2 of the only ones who were talking about the need to have a federal privacy standard. Now, as the chairman mentioned, last week we heard from Ms. Davis, who heads global safety for Facebook. And it was surprising to us that what she tried to do was to minimize the information that was in these documents, to minimize the research, and to minimize the knowledge that Facebook had. At one point, I even reminded her the research was not third-party research. The research was there, Facebook's internal research. So they knew what they were doing. They knew where the violations were, and they know they are guilty. They know this. Their research tells them this. Last week, in advance of our hearing, Facebook released 2 studies and said that the Wall Street Journal was all wrong. They had just gotten it wrong, as if the Wall Street Journal did not know how to read these documents and how to work through this research. Having seen the data that you've presented and the other studies that Facebook did not publicly share, I feel pretty confident that it's Facebook who has done the misrepresenting to this committee. Here are some of the numbers that Facebook chose not to share. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we look at these as we talk about the setting for this hearing, what we learned last week, what you and I have been learning over the past 3 years about big tech and Facebook. And here you go, 66% of teen girls on Instagram and 40% of teen boys experience negative social comparisons. This is Facebook's research. 52% of teen girls who experienced negative social comparison on Instagram said it was caused by images related to beauty. Social comparison is worse on Instagram because it is perceived as real life, but based on celebrity standards. Social comparison mimics the grief cycle and includes a downward emotional spiral encompassing a range of emotions from jealousy to self-proclaimed body dysmorphia. Facebook addiction, which Facebook calls conveniently problematic use, is most severe in teens, peaking at age 14. Here's what else we know. Facebook is not interested in making significant changes to improve kids' safety on their platforms, at least not when that would result in losing eyeballs on posts or decreasing their ad revenues. In fact, Facebook is running scared, as they know that, in their own words, young adults are less active and less engaged on Facebook, and that they are running out of teens to add to Instagram. So teens are looking at other platforms like TikTok, and Facebook is only making those changes that add to its users' numbers and ultimately its profits. Follow the money. So what are these changes? Allowing users to create multiple accounts that Facebook does not delete, and encouraging teens to create second accounts they can hide from their parents. They are also studying younger and younger children, as young as 8, so that they can market to them. And while Ms. Davis says that kids below 13 are not allowed on Facebook or Instagram, we know that they are, because she told us that they recently had deleted 600,000 accounts from children under age 13. So how do you get that many underage accounts if you aren't turning a blind eye to them in the first place? And then in order to try to clean it up, you go to delete it, and then you say, oh, by the way, we just, in the last month, deleted 600,000 underage
Omegle has to
accounts.
be next on the chopping block.
And speaking of turning a blind eye, Facebook turns a blind eye to user privacy. News broke yesterday that the private data of over 1.5 billion, that's right, 1.5 billion Facebook users is being sold on a hacking forum. That's its biggest data breach to date. Examples like this underscore my strong concerns about Facebook collecting the data of kids and teens and what they are doing with it. Facebook also turns a blind eye toward blatant human exploitation taking place on its platform, trafficking, forced labor, cartels, the worst possible things one can imagine. Big tech companies have gotten away with abusing consumers for too long. It is clear that Facebook prioritizes profit over the well-being of children and all users. So as a mother and a grandmother, this is an issue that is of particular concern to me. So we thank you for being here today, Ms. Haugen, and we look forward to getting to the truth about what Facebook is doing with users' data and how they are abusing their privacy and how they show a lack of respect for the individuals that are on their network. We look forward to the testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Black. Thank you, Senator Blackburn. I don't know whether the ranking member would like to make
If you don't mind, thank you, Chairman Blumenthal, and I will just take a moment or two. And I do appreciate being able to speak as ranking member of the full committee. This Ms. Haugen, this is a subcommittee hearing. You see some vacant seats. There's pretty good attendance for a subcommittee. There are also a lot of things going on, so people will be coming and going. But I'm willing to predict that this will have almost 100% attendance by members of the subcommittee because of the importance of this subject matter. So thanks for coming forward to share concerns about Facebook's business practices, particularly with respect to children and teens. And of course, that is the main topic of it's the title of our hearing today, Protecting Kids Online. The recent revelations about Facebook's mental health effects on children and its plan to target younger audiences are indeed disturbing. And I think you're going to see a lot of bipartisan concern about this today and in future hearings. They show how urgent it is for Congress to act against powerful tech companies on behalf of children and the broader public. And I say powerful tech companies, they are possessive of immense power. Their product is addictive, and people on both sides of this dais are concerned about this. I talked to an opinion maker just down the hall a few moments before this hearing. This person said, the tech gods have been demystified now. And I think this hearing today, Mr. Chair, is a part of the process of demystifying big tech. The children of America are hooked on their product. It is often destructive and harmful, and there is a cynical knowledge on behalf of the leadership of these big tech companies that is true. Ms. Haugen, I hope you will have a chance to talk about your work experience at Facebook and perhaps compare it to other social media companies. I also look forward to hearing your thoughts on how this committee and how this Congress can ensure greater accountability and transparency, especially with regard to children. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Haugen, for being here today.
Thanks, Senator Wicker. Our witness this morning is Frances Haugen. She was the lead product manager on Facebook's civic misinformation team. She holds a degree in electrical and computer engineering from Olin College and an MBA from Harvard. She made the courageous decision, as all of us here and many others around the world know, to leave Facebook and reveal the terrible truths about the company she learned during her tenure there. And I think we are all in agreement here in expressing our gratitude and our admiration for your bravery in coming forward. Thank you, Ms. Haugen. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Blumenthal, Ranking Member Blackburn, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Frances Haugen. I used to work at Facebook. I joined Facebook because I think Facebook has the potential to bring out the best in us. But I'm here today because I believe Facebook's products harm children, stoke division, and weaken our democracy. The company's leadership knows how to make Facebook and Instagram safer, but won't make the necessary changes because they have put their astronomical profits before people. Congressional action is needed. They won't solve this crisis without your help. Yesterday, we saw Facebook get taken off the internet. I don't know why it went down, but I know that for more than 5 hours, Facebook wasn't used to deepen divides, destabilize democracies, and make young girls and women feel bad about their bodies. It also means that millions of small businesses weren't able to reach potential customers, and countless photos of new babies weren't joyously celebrated by family and friends around the world. I believe in the potential of Facebook. We can have social media we enjoy, that connects us without tearing apart our democracy, putting our children in danger, and sowing ethnic violence around the world. We can do better. I have worked as a product manager at large tech companies since 2006, including Google, Pinterest, Yelp, and Facebook. My job has largely focused on algorithmic products like Google Plus Search and recommendation systems like the one that powers the Facebook newsfeed. Having worked on 4 different types of social networks, I understand how complex and nuanced these problems are. However, the choices being made inside of Facebook are disastrous for our children, for our public safety, for our privacy, and for our democracy. And that is why we must demand Facebook make changes. During my time at Facebook, first working as the lead product manager for civic misinformation, and later on counter-espionage, I saw Facebook repeatedly encounter conflicts between its own profits and our safety. Facebook consistently resolved these conflicts in favor of its own profits. The result has been more division, more harm, more lies, more threats, and more combat. In some cases, this dangerous online talk has led to actual violence that harms and even kills people. This is not simply a matter of certain social media users being angry or unstable, or about one side being radicalized against the other. It is about Facebook choosing to grow at all costs, becoming an almost $1 trillion company by buying its profits with our safety. During my time at Facebook, I came to realize a devastating truth. Almost no one outside of Facebook knows what happens inside of Facebook. The company intentionally hides vital information from the public, from the US government, and from governments around the world. The documents I have provided to Congress prove that Facebook has repeatedly misled the public about what its own research reveals about the safety of children, the efficacy of its artificial intelligence systems, and its role in spreading divisive and extreme messages. I came forward because I believe that every human being deserves the dignity of the truth. The severity of this crisis demands that we break out of our previous regulatory frames. Facebook wants to trick you into thinking that privacy protections or changes to Section 230 alone will be sufficient. While important, these will not get to the core of the issue, which is that no one truly understands the destructive choices made by Facebook except Facebook. We can afford nothing less than full transparency. As long as Facebook is operating in the shadows, hiding its research from public scrutiny, it is unaccountable. Until the incentives change, Facebook will not change. Left alone, Facebook will continue to make choices that go against the common good, our common good. When we realized big tobacco was hiding the harms it caused, the government took action. When we figured out cars were safer with seatbelts, the government took action. And when our government learned that opioids were taking lives, the government took action. I implore you to do the same here. Today, Facebook shapes our perception of the world by choosing the information we see. Even those who don't use Facebook are impacted by the majority who do. A company with such frightening influence over so many people, over their deepest thoughts, feelings, and behavior, needs real oversight. But Facebook's closed design means it has no real oversight. Only Facebook knows how it personalizes your feed for you. At other large tech companies like Google, any independent researcher can download from the internet the company's search results and write papers about what they find. And they do. But Facebook hides behind walls that keeps researchers and regulators from understanding the true dynamics of their system. Facebook will tell you privacy means they can't give you data. This is not true. When tobacco companies claimed that filtered cigarettes were safer for consumers, scientists could independently invalidate these marketing messages and confirm that, in fact, they posed a greater threat to human health. The public cannot do the same with Facebook. We are given no other option than to take their marketing messages on blind faith. Not only does the company hide most of its own data, my disclosure has proved that when Facebook is directly asked questions as important as, how do you impact the health and safety of our children, they mislead and They choose to mislead and misdirect. Facebook has not earned our blind faith. This inability to see into Facebook's actual systems and confirm how they work is communicated and confirm that they work as communicated is like the Department of Transportation regulating cars by only watching them drive down the highway. Today, no regulator has a menu of solutions for how to fix Facebook because Facebook didn't want them to know enough about what's causing the problems. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been need for a whistleblower. How is the public supposed to assess if Facebook is resolving conflicts of interest in a way that is aligned with the public good if the public has no visibility into how Facebook operates? This must change. Facebook wants you to believe that the problems we're talking about are unsolvable. They want you to believe in false choices. They want you to believe that you must choose between a Facebook full of divisive and extreme content or losing one of the most important values our country was founded upon, free speech. That you must choose between public oversight of Facebook's choices and your personal privacy.
Wow.
That to be able to share fun photos of your kids with old friends, you must also be inundated with anger-driven virality. They want you to believe that this is just part of the deal. I am here today to tell you that's not true. These problems are solvable. A safer, free speech respecting, more enjoyable social media is possible. But there's one thing that I hope everyone takes away from these disclosures. It is that Facebook can change, but is clearly not going to do so on its own. My fear is that without action, divisive and extremist behaviors we see today are only the beginning. What we saw in Myanmar and are now seeing in Ethiopia are only the opening chapters of a story so terrifying, no one wants to read the end of it. Congress can change the rules that Facebook plays by and stop the many harms it is now causing. We now know the truth about Facebook's destructive impact. I really appreciate the seriousness which the members of Congress and the Securities and Exchange Commission are approaching these issues. I came forward at great personal risk because I believe we still have time to act. But we must act now. I'm asking you, our elected representatives, to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haugen. Thank you for taking that personal risk, and we will do anything and everything to protect and stop any retaliation against you and any legal action that the company may bring to bear, or anyone else, and we've made that, I think, very clear in the course of these proceedings.
She's probably got a hit on her.
I want to ask you about this idea of disclosure.
Mark Zuckerberg got a hit out on her.
Looking, in effect, at a car going down the road, and we're going to have 5-minute rounds of questions, maybe a second round if you're willing to do it. We're here today to look under the hood, and that's what we need to do more. In August, Senator Blackburn and I wrote to Mark Zuckerberg, and we asked him pretty straightforward questions about how the company works and safeguards children and teens on Instagram. Facebook dodged, ducked, sidetracked, in effect misled us. So I'm going to ask you a few straightforward questions to break down some of what you have said, and if you can answer them yes or no, that would be great. Has Facebook's research, its own research, ever found that its platforms can have a negative effect on children and teens' mental health or well-being?
Many of Facebook's internal research reports indicate that Facebook has a serious negative harm on a significant portion of teenagers and younger and children.
And has Facebook ever offered features that it knew had a negative effect on children's and teens' mental health?
Facebook knows that its amplification algorithms, things like engagement-based ranking on Instagram, can lead children from very innocuous topics like healthy recipes. I think all of us could eat a little more healthy. All the way from just something innocent like healthy recipes to anorexia promoting content over a very short period of time.
Weird.
And has Facebook ever found, again, in its research, that kids show sign of addiction on Instagram?
Facebook has studied a pattern that they call problematic use, what we might more commonly call addiction. It has a very high bar for what it believes it is. It says you self-identify that you don't have control over your usage, and that it is materially harming your health, your schoolwork, or your physical health. 5 to 6% of 14-year-olds have the self-awareness to admit both those questions. It is likely that far more than 5 to 6% of 14-year-olds are addicted to Instagram.
Last Thursday, my colleagues and I asked Ms. Davis, who was representing Facebook, about how the decision would be made whether to pause permanently Instagram for kids. And she said, quote, "There's no one person who makes a decision like that. We think about that collaboratively." It's as though she couldn't mention Mark Zuckerberg's name. Isn't he the one who will be making this decision from your experience in the company?
Mark holds a very unique role in the tech industry in that he holds over 55% of all the voting shares for Facebook. There are no similarly powerful companies that are as unilaterally controlled. And in the end, the buck stops with Mark. There is no one currently holding Mark accountable but himself.
And Mark Zuckerberg, in effect, is the algorithm designer-in-chief, correct?
I received an MBA from Harvard, and they emphasized to us that we are responsible for the organizations that we build. Mark has built an organization that is very metrics-driven. It is intended to be flat. There is no unilateral responsibility. The metrics make the decision. Unfortunately, that itself is a decision. And in the end, if he is the CEO and the chairman of Facebook, he is responsible for those decisions.
The buck stops with him.
The buck stops with him.
And speaking of the buck stopping, you have said that Facebook should declare moral bankruptcy. I agree.
Yeah.
I think its actions and its failure to acknowledge its responsibility indicate moral bankruptcy.
There is a cycle occurring inside the company where Facebook has struggled for a long time to recruit and retain the number of employees it needs to tackle the large scope of projects that it has chosen to take on. Facebook is stuck in a cycle where it struggles to hire. That causes it to understaff projects, which causes scandals, which then makes it harder to hire. Part of why Facebook needs to come out and say, we did something wrong, we made some choices that we regret, is the only way we can move forward and heal Facebook is we first have to admit the truth. Like the way we'll have reconciliation and we can move forward is by first being honest and declaring moral bankruptcy.
Being honest and acknowledging that Facebook has caused and aggravated a lot of pain simply to make more money. And it has profited off spreading disinformation and misinformation and sowing hate. Facebook's answers to Facebook's destructive impact always seems to be more Facebook. We need more Facebook, which means more pain and more money for Facebook. Would you agree?
I don't think at any point Facebook set out to make a destructive platform. I think it is a challenge of that Facebook has set up an organization where the parts of the organization responsible for growing and expanding the organization are separate and not regularly cross-pollinated with the parts of the company that focus on the harms that the company is causing. And as a result, regularly, integrity actions, projects that were hard fought by the teams trying to keep us safe, are undone by new growth projects that counteract those same remedies. So I do think it's a thing of there are organizational problems that need oversight, and Facebook needs help in order to move forward to a more healthy place.
And whether it's teens bullied into suicidal thoughts or the genocide of ethnic minorities in Myanmar, or fanning the flames of division within our own country or in Europe, they are ultimately responsible for immorality.
I once used Facebook to look for gardening tips and lead me down a rabbit hole where I ended up here on the DoeShow.
Consequences of its choices. It needs to be willing to accept small trade-offs on profit. And I think just that act of being able to admit that it's a mixed bag is important. And I think that what we saw from Antigone last week is an example of the kind of behavior we need to support Facebook in growing out of, which is instead of just focusing on all the good they do, admit they have responsibilities to also remedy the harm.
But Mark Zuckerberg's new policy is no apologies, no admissions, no acknowledgement, nothing to see here. We're going to deflect it and go sailing. I turn to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony.
Hey, Lou, thank you so much for the
I want to stay
DoeShow.
with Ms. Davis and some of her comments.
I want to
because
use Facebook
I
to
had
look
asked
for
her
gardening tips
last
and lead me
week
down a rabbit
about
hole where
the
I ended up
underage
here on the
users.
DoeShow.
And she had made the comment,
Thanks
I'm
for your
going to
support.
quote from her testimony, if we find an account of someone who's under 13, we remove them. In the last 3 months, we removed 600,000 accounts of under 13-year-olds, end quote. And I have to tell you, it seems to me that there's a problem if you have 600,000 accounts from children who ought not to be there in the first place. So what did Mark Zuckerberg know about Facebook's plans to bring kids on as new users and advertise to them?
There are reports within Facebook that show cohort analyses where they examine at what ages do people join Facebook and Instagram. And based on those cohort analyses, so Facebook likes to say children lie about their ages to get onto the platform. Mm-hmm. The reality is enough kids tell the truth that you can work backwards to figure out what are approximately the real ages of anyone who's on the platform. When Facebook does cohort analyses and looks back retrospectively, it discovers things like, up to 10 to 15% of even 10-year-olds in a given cohort may be for Instagram.
Okay, so this is why Adam Mosseri, who's the CEO of Instagram, would have replied to Jojo Siwa when she said to him, oh, I've been on Instagram since I was 8. He said he didn't want to know that.
Yeah.
So it would be for this reason, correct?
A pattern of behavior that I saw at Facebook was that often problems were so understaffed that there was
this one
kind of an implicit
lags,
discouragement
but
from
it's
having
only
better
one
detection
that
systems.
shows both
So for
faces.
example, I worked, my last team at
At the same
Facebook was
time.
on the counter-espionage team within the threat intelligence org. And at any given time, our team could only handle a third of the cases that we knew about. We knew that if we built even a basic detector, we would likely have many more cases.
Okay, then let me
Similarly-
ask you.
Sure,
Let me ask you this. So you look at the way that they have the data, but they're choosing to keep that data and advertise from it, right? You sell it to third parties. So what does Facebook do? You've got these 600,000 accounts that ought not to be on there.
Probably more.
And, right. But then you delete those accounts. But what happens to that data? Does Facebook keep that data? Do they keep it until those children go to age 13? Since, as you're saying, they can work backward and figure out the true age of a user. So what do they do with it? Do they delete it? Do they store it? Do they keep it? How do they process that?
My understanding of Facebook's data retention policies, and I want to be really clear, I didn't work directly on that, is that when they delete an account, they delete all the data within, I believe, 90 days in compliance with GDPR. With regard to children underage on the platform, Facebook could do substantially more to detect more of those children. And they should have to publish for Congress those processes because there are lots of subtleties in those things and they could be much more effective than probably what they're doing today.
Got it. Now, staying with this underage children, since this hearing is all about kids and about online privacy.
This is literally the only source I can find that
tell
shows
me
both their faces at the same time.
how
This
Facebook is able
CNN.
to do market research on
Yeah, but
these
another
children that are under age 13, because Mrs. Davis was really, she didn't deny this last week. So how are they doing this? Do they bring kids into focus groups with their parents? How do they get that permission? She said they got permission from parents. Is there a permission slip or a form that gets signed?
Hey, man, I'm sorry for
then
going off on everybody
how
earlier.
do they know which kids to target?
I got on too early before I'd done anything. I hadn't even done the
Bunch
litter
to unpack
box.
there. We'll start with maybe how did they recruit children
explain
for
later.
focus groups? Or recruit teenagers. Most tech companies have systems where they can analyze the data that is on their servers. So most of the focus groups I read or that I saw analysis of were around Messenger Kids, which has children on it. And those focus groups appear to be children interacting in person. Often, large tech companies use either sourcing agencies that will go and identify people who meet certain demographic criteria, or they will reach out directly based on data on the platform. So for example, in the case of Messenger Kids, maybe you would want to study a child that was an active user and one that was a less active user. You might reach out to some that came from each population.
So these are children that are under age 13.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Large tech
they
companies
know
use
it.
either sourcing agencies that will go and identify people who meet demographic criteria, or they will reach out directly based on
This is better. Tells us
data
who we're
on the
talking to.
platform. So for example,
I'm
in the
a
case
source
of Messenger
finder.
Kids, maybe you would want to study a child that was an active user and one that was a less active user. You might reach out to some that came from each population.
And so these are children that are under age 13,
Yeah,
and they know it.
for some of these studies. And I assume they get permission, but I don't work on that.
Okay. Well, we're still waiting to get a copy of
Yeah.
that parental consent form.
Yeah, I'm sure
that would
Omegle-
involve children.
Omegle kids
My
get
time is
permission
expired,
too.
Mr.
For
Chairman.
sure.
I'll save my other
13
questions
and
for
up.
our second round if we're able to get those.
It's in
Thank
there.
you.
Great, thank you, Senator Blackburn. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Ms. Haugen, for shedding a light on how Facebook time and time again has put profit over people. When their own research found that more than 13% of teen girls say that Instagram made their thoughts of suicide worse, what did they do? They proposed Instagram for Kids, which has now been put on pause because of public pressure. When they found out that their
Instagram for
algorithms are
kids?
fostering polarization,
Oh, that sounds like a
misinformation,
pedo
and
paradise.
hate, that they allowed 99% of their violent contact to remain unchecked on their platform, including lead up to the January 6th insurrection. What did they do? They now, as we know, Mark Zuckerberg's going sailing and saying no apologies. I think the time has come for action, and I think you are the catalyst for that action. You have said privacy legislation is not enough. I completely agree with you. But I think you know we have not done anything to update our privacy laws in this country, our federal privacy laws. Nothing, zilch, in any major way. Why? Because there are lobbyists around every single corner of this building that have been hired by the tech industry. We have done nothing when it comes to making the algorithms more transparent, allowing for the university research that you referred to. Why? Because Facebook and the other tech companies are throwing a bunch of money around this town and people are listening to them. We have done nothing significantly past, although we are on a bipartisan basis working in the antitrust subcommittee to get something done on consolidation, which you understand allows the dominant platforms to control all this, like the bullies in the neighborhood, buy out the companies that maybe could have competed with them and added the bells and whistles. So the time for action is now. So I'll start with something that I asked Facebook's head of safety when she testified before us last week. I asked her how they estimate the lifetime value of a user for kids who start using their products before they turn 13. She evaded the question and said, that's not the way we think about it. Is that right, or is it your experience that Facebook estimates and puts a value on how much money they get from users in general? I'll get to kids in a second. Is that a motivating force for them?
Based on what I saw in terms of allocation of integrity spending, so one of the things disclosed in the Wall Street Journal was that I believe it's like 87% of all the misinformation spending is spent on English, but only about like 9% of the users are English speakers. It seems that Facebook invests more in users who make them more money,
Wait a
even though the
second.
danger may not be evenly distributed
What?
based on profitability.
Does it make sense that having a younger person get hooked on social media at a young age makes them more profitable over the long term as they have a life ahead of them?
English?
Facebook's internal documents talk about the importance of getting younger users, for example, tweens, onto Instagram, like Instagram kids, because they need to have, they know that children bring their parents online and things like that. And so they understand the value of younger users for the long-term success of Facebook.
Facebook reported advertising revenue to be $51.58 per user last quarter in the US and Canada. When I asked Ms. Davis how much of that came from Instagram users under 18, she wouldn't say. Do you think that teens are profitable for their company?
I would assume so, based on advertising for things like television. You get much substantially higher advertising rates for customers who don't yet have preferences or habits. And so I'm sure they are some of the more profitable users on Facebook, but I do not work directly on that.
Another major issue that's come out of this, eating disorders. Studies have found that eating disorders actually have the highest mortality rate of any mental illness for women. And I led a bill on this with Senators Capito and Baldwin that we passed into law. And I'm concerned that this algorithms that they have pushes outrageous content, promoting anorexia and the like. I know it's personal to you. Do you think that their algorithms push some of this content to young girls?
Facebook knows that the engagement-based ranking, the way that they pick the content in Instagram for young users, for all users, amplifies preferences. And they have done something called a proactive incident response, where they take things that they've heard, for example, like, can you be led by the algorithms to anorexia content? And they have literally recreated that experiment themselves and confirmed, yes, this happens to people. So Facebook knows that they are leading young users to anorexia content.
Do you think they are deliberately designing their product to be addictive beyond even that content?
Facebook has a long history of having a successful and very effective growth division, where they take little tiny tweaks and they constantly are trying to optimize it to grow. Those kinds of stickiness could be construed as things that facilitate addiction.
Right. Last thing I'll ask is, we've seen this same kind of content in the political
YouTube's doing it too.
world. You brought up other countries and what's been happening there. On 60 Minutes, you said that Facebook implemented safeguards to reduce misinformation ahead of the 2020 election, but turned off those safeguards right after the election. And you know that the insurrection occurred January 6th. Do you think that Facebook turned off the safeguards because they were costing the company money, because it was reducing profits?
Facebook has been emphasizing a false choice. They've said the safeguards that were in place before the election implicated free speech. The choices that were happening on the platform were really about how reactive was the platform, right? Like, how viral was the platform? And Facebook changed those safety defaults in the run-up to the election because they knew they were dangerous. And because they wanted that growth back, they wanted the acceleration of the platform back after the election, they returned to their original defaults. And the fact that they had to break the glass on January 6th and turn them back on, I think that's deeply problematic.
Agree. Thank you very much for your bravery in coming forward.
Senator Thune.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member Blackburn. I've been arguing for some time that it is time for Congress to act, and I think the question is always, what is the correct way to do it, the right way to do it, consistent with our First Amendment right to free speech.
Totally.
This committee doesn't have jurisdiction over the antitrust issue. That's the Judiciary Committee, and I'm not averse to looking at the monopolistic nature of Facebook, honestly. I think that's a real issue that needs to be examined and perhaps addressed as well. But at least under this committee's jurisdiction, there are a couple of things I think we can do. And I have a piece of legislation, and Senators Blackburn and Blumenthal are both co-sponsors, called the Filter Bubble Transparency Act. And essentially what it would do is give users the options to engage with social media platforms without being manipulated by these secret formulas that essentially dictate the content that you see when you open up an app or log on to a website. We also, I think, need to hold big tech accountable by reforming Section 230. And one of the best opportunities, I think, to do that, at least in a bipartisan way, is the Platform Accountability and Consumer Transparency, or the PACT Act, and that's legislation that I've co-sponsored with Senator Schatz,
Camera off, guys.
which,
I don't
in
want this shit
addition
my
to
face
stripping
right now.
Section 230 protections for
hearing me
content
either.
that a court determines to be illegal, the PACT Act would also increase transparency and due process for users around the content moderation process. And importantly, in the context we're talking about today with this hearing, with a major big tech whistleblower, the PACT Act would explore the viability of a federal program for big tech employees to blow the whistle on wrongdoing inside the companies where they work. In my view, we should encourage employees in the tech sector like you to speak up about questionable practices of big tech companies, so we can, among other things, ensure that Americans are fully aware of how social media platforms are using artificial intelligence and opaque algorithms to keep them hooked on the platform. So let me, Ms. Haugen, just ask you, we've learned from the information that you provided that Facebook conducts what's called engagement-based ranking, which you've described as very dangerous. Could you talk more about why engagement-based ranking is dangerous, and do you think Congress should seek to pass legislation like the Filter Bubble Transparency Act that would give users the ability to avoid engagement-based ranking altogether?
Facebook is going to say, you don't want to give up engagement-based ranking. You're not going to like Facebook as much if we're not picking out the content for you. That's just not true. There are a lot of, Facebook likes to present things as false choices, like you have to choose between having lots of spam. Like let's say, imagine we ordered our feeds by time, like on iMessage or on, there are other forms of social media that are chronologically based. They're going to say, you're going to get spammed, like you're not going to enjoy your feed. The reality is that those experiences have a lot of permutations. There are ways that we can make those experiences where computers don't regulate what we see. We together socially regulate what we see. But they don't want us to have that conversation because Facebook knows that when they pick out the content that we focus on using computers, we spend more time on their platform, they make more money. The dangers of engagement-based ranking are that Facebook knows that content that elicits an extreme reaction from you is more likely to get a click, a comment, or reshare. And it's interesting because those clicks and comments and reshares aren't even necessarily for your benefit. It's because they know that other people will produce more content if they get the likes and comments and reshares. They prioritize content in your feed so that you will give little hits of dopamine to your friends so they will create more content. And they have run experiments on people, producer-side experiments, where they have confirmed this.
So
Yeah.
you and your, part of the information you provided the Wall Street Journal, it's been found that Facebook altered its algorithm in an attempt to boost these meaningful social interactions, or MSI. But rather than strengthening bonds between family and friends on the platform, the algorithm instead rewarded more outrage and sensationalism. And I think Facebook would say that its algorithms are used to connect individuals with other friends and family that are largely positive. Do you believe that Facebook's algorithms make its platform a better place for most users, and should consumers have the option to use Facebook and Instagram without being manipulated by algorithms designed to keep them engaged on that platform?
I strongly believe, like I've spent most of my career working on systems like engagement-based ranking. Like when I come to you and say these things, I'm basically damning 10 years of my own work, right? Engagement-based ranking, Facebook says we can do it safely because we have AI. You know, the artificial intelligence will find the bad content that we know our engagement-based ranking is promoting. They've written blog posts on how they know engagement-based ranking is dangerous, but the AI will save us. Facebook's own research says they cannot adequately identify dangerous content, and as a result, those dangerous algorithms that they admit are picking up the extreme sentiments, the division. They can't protect us from the harms that they know exist in their own system. And so I don't think it's just a question of saying, should people have the option of choosing to not be manipulated by their algorithms? I think if we had appropriate oversight, or if we reformed 230 to make Facebook responsible for the consequences of their intentional ranking decisions, I think they would get rid of engagement-based ranking, because it is causing teenagers to be exposed to more anorexia content. It is pulling families apart. And in places like Ethiopia, it's literally fanning ethnic violence. I encourage reform of these platforms, not picking and choosing individual ideas, but instead making the platforms themselves safer, less twitchy, less reactive, less viral, because that's how we scalably solve these problems.
Thank you. Ms. Chair, I would simply say let's get to
agree.
work.
Less twitchy.
Things we can do here. Thanks.
I agree. Thank
to
you.
be.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you for your courage in coming forward. Was there a particular moment when you came to the conclusion that reform from the inside was impossible and that you decided to be a whistleblower?
There was a long series of moments where I became aware that Facebook, when faced with conflicts of interest between its own profits and the common good, public safety, that Facebook consistently chose to prioritize its profits. I think the moment at which I realized we needed to get help from the outside, that the only way these problems would be solved is by solving them together, not solving them alone, was when civic integrity was dissolved following the 2020 election. It really felt like a betrayal of the promises that Facebook had made to people who had sacrificed a great deal to keep the election safe by basically dissolving our community and integrating it in just other parts of the company.
And when I know their response is that they've sort of distributed the duties.
Yeah.
That's an excuse, right?
I cannot see into the hearts of other men, and I don't know what their
Well, let me say it
motivations
this
are.
way. It won't work, right?
And I can tell you that when I left the company, so the people who I worked with were disproportionately, maybe 75% of my pod of 7 people. Those are product managers, program managers. Most of them had come from civic integrity. All of us left the inauthentic behavior pod, either for other parts of the company or the company entirely over the same 6-week period of time. So 6 months after the reorganization, we had clearly lost faith that those changes were coming.
You said in your opening statement that they know how to make Facebook and Instagram safer.
Mm-hmm.
So, thought experiment. You are now the chief executive officer and chairman of the company. What changes would you immediately institute?
I would immediately establish a policy of how to share information and research from inside the company with appropriate oversight bodies like Congress. I would give proposed legislation to Congress saying, here's what an effective oversight agency would look like. I would actively engage with academics to make sure that people who are confirming are Facebook's marketing message is true have the information they need to confirm these things. And I would immediately implement the, quote, soft interventions that were identified to protect the 2020 election. So that's things like requiring someone to click on a link before resharing it, because other companies like Twitter have found that significantly reduces misinformation. No one is censored by being forced to click on a link before resharing it.
Thank you. I want to pivot back to Instagram's targeting of kids. We all know that they announced a pause, but that reminds me of what they announced when they were going to issue a digital currency. And they got beat up by the U.S. Senate Banking Committee, and they said, never mind. And now they're coming back around, hoping that nobody notices that they are going to try to issue a currency. Now, let's set aside for the moment the sort of the business model, which appears to be gobble up everything, do everything. That's the growth strategy. Do you believe that they're actually going to discontinue Instagram Kids, or are they just waiting for the dust to settle?
I would be sincerely surprised if they do not continue working on Instagram Kids, and I would be amazed if a year from now we don't have this conversation again.
Why?
Facebook understands that if they want to continue to grow, they have to find new users. They have to make sure that the next generation is just as engaged with Instagram as the current one. And the way they'll do that is by making sure that children establish habits before they have good self-regulation.
By hooking kids.
By hooking kids. I would like to emphasize one of the documents that we sent in on problematic use examined the rates of problematic use by age, and that peaked with 14-year-olds. It's just like cigarettes. Teenagers don't have good self-regulation. They say explicitly, I feel bad when I use Instagram, and yet I can't stop. We need to protect the kids.
Just my final question. I have a long list of misstatements, misdirections, and outright lies from the company. I don't have the time to read them, but you're as intimate with all of these deceptions as I am. So I will just jump to the end. If you were a member of this panel, would you believe what Facebook is saying?
I would not believe. Facebook has not earned our right to just have blind trust in them. Trust is, last week, one of the most beautiful things that I heard on the committee was trust is earned, and Facebook has not earned our trust.
Thank you.
Especially with that much money on the line.
Thanks, Senator Schatz. Senator Moran, and then we've been joined by the chair, Senator Cantwell. She'll be next. We're going to break at about 11:30, if that's okay, because we have a vote.
Okay.
And then we'll reconvene.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The conversation so far reminds me that you and I ought to resolve our differences and introduce legislation. So as Senator Thune said, let's go to work.
Our differences are very minor, or they seem very minor in the face of the revelations that we've now seen. So I'm hoping we can move forward, Senator Moran.
I share that view, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. What examples do you know? We've talked about particularly children, teenage girls specifically, but what other examples do you know about where Facebook or Instagram knew its decisions would be harmful to its users, but still proceeded with the plan and executed those harmful behavior?
Facebook's internal research is aware that there are a variety of problems facing children on Instagram that are, they know that severe harm is happening to children. For example, in the case of bullying, Facebook knows that Instagram dramatically changes the experience of high school. So when we were in high school, or when I was in high school, most kids
You looked at me and changed your wording.
Sorry. When I was in high school, most kids have positive home lives. Like, it doesn't matter how bad it is at school. Kids can go home and reset for 16 hours. Kids who are bullied on Instagram, the bullying follows them home. It follows them into their bedrooms. The last thing they see before they go to bed at night is someone being cruel to them, or the first thing they see in the morning is someone being cruel to them. Kids are learning that their own friends, like people who care about them, are cruel to them. Like, think about how that's going to impact their domestic relationships when they become 20-somethings or 30-somethings, to believe that people who care about you are mean to you. Facebook knows that parents today, because they didn't experience these things, they never experienced this addictive experience with a piece of technology, they give their children bad advice. They say things like, why don't you just stop using it? And so that Facebook's own research is aware that children express feelings of loneliness and struggling with these things because they can't even get support from their own parents.
Dude, parents had Candy
I don't
Crush.
understand how Facebook can know all these things and not escalate it to someone like Congress for help and support in navigating these problems.
Let me ask the question in a broader way. Besides teenagers or besides girls or besides youth, are there other practices at Facebook or Instagram that are known to be harmful but yet are pursued?
Facebook is aware that choices it made in establishing like meaningful social interactions, so engagement-based ranking that didn't care if you bullied someone or committed hate speech in the comments, that was meaningful. They know that change directly changed publishers' behavior, that companies like BuzzFeed wrote in and said, the content is most successful on our platform is some of the content we're most ashamed of. You have a problem with your ranking, and they did nothing. They know that politicians are being forced to take positions they know their own constituents don't like or approve of because those are the ones that get distributed on Facebook. That's a huge, huge negative impact. Facebook also knows that they have admitted in public that engagement-based ranking is dangerous without integrity and security systems, but then not rolled out those integrity and security systems to most of the languages in the world. And that's what's causing things like ethnic violence in Ethiopia.
Thank you for your answer. What is the magnitude of Facebook's revenues or profits that come from the sale of user data?
Oh, I'm sorry, I've never worked on that. I'm not aware.
Thank you. what regulations or legal actions by Congress or by administrative action do you think would have the most consequence or would be feared most by Facebook, Instagram, or allied companies?
I strongly encourage reforming Section 230 to exempt decisions about algorithms, right? So modifying 230 around content, I think has, it's very complicated because user-generated content is something that companies have less control over. They have 100% control over their algorithms. And Facebook should not get a free pass on choices it makes to prioritize growth and virality and reactiveness over public safety. They shouldn't get a free pass on that because they're paying for their profits right now with our safety. So I strongly encourage reform of 230 in that way. I also believe there needs to be a dedicated oversight body because right now the only people in the world who are trained to analyze these experiments, to understand what's happening inside of Facebook, are people who grew up inside of Facebook or Pinterest or another social media company. And there needs to be a regulatory home where someone like me could do a tour of duty after working at a place like this and have a place to work on things like regulation, to bring that information out to the oversight boards that have the right to do oversight.
A regulatory agency within the federal government.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Senator Moran.
Thank you for holding this hearing. And I think my colleagues have brought up a lot of important issues, and so I think I just want to continue on that vein. First of all, the Privacy Act that I introduced along with several of my colleagues actually does have FTC oversight of algorithm transparency. In some instances, I'd hope you take a look at that and tell us what other areas you think we should add to that level of transparency. But clearly that's the issue at hand here, I think, in your coming forward. So thank you again for your willingness to do that. The documentation that you say now exists is the level of transparency about what's going on that people haven't been able to see. And so your information that you say has gone up to the highest levels at Facebook is that they purposely knew that their algorithms were continuing to have misinformation and hate information, and that when presented with information about this terminology, downstream MSI, meaningful social information, knowing that it was this choice, you could continue this wrong-headed information, hate information about the Rohingya, or you could continue to get higher click-through rates. And I know you said you don't know about profits, but I'm pretty sure you know that on a page. Yeah. If you click through that next page, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more ad revenue than if you didn't click through. So you're saying that documents exist that at the highest level at Facebook, you had information discussing these two choices and that people chose, even though they knew that it was misinformation and hurtful and maybe even causing people lives, they continued to choose profit.
We have submitted documents to Congress outlining Mark Zuckerberg was directly presented with a list of, quote, soft interventions. So a hard intervention is like taking a piece of content off Facebook, taking a user off Facebook. Soft interventions are about making slightly different choices to make the platform less viral, less twitchy. Mark was presented with these options and chose to not remove downstream MSI in April of 2020, even though even just isolated in at-risk countries, that's countries at risk of violence, if it had any impact on the overall MSI metric. So he chose—
Which in translation means less money.
Yeah, he said—
Right? Was there another reason given why they would do it other than they thought it would really affect their numbers?
I don't know for certain. Like Jeff Horowitz, the reporter for the Wall Street Journal, and I struggled with this because we sat there and read these minutes and we're like, how is this possible? Like, we've just read 100 pages on how downstream MSI expands hate speech, misinformation, violence inciting content, graphic violent content. Why wouldn't you get rid of this? And the best theory that we've come up with, and I want to emphasize this is just our interpretation on it, is people's bonuses are tied to MSI. Right? Like people stay or leave the company based on what they get paid. And like, if you hurt MSI, a bunch of people weren't going to get their bonuses.
So you're saying that this practice even still continues today? Like, we're still in this environment? I'm personally very frustrated by this because we presented information to Facebook from one of my own constituents in 2018 talking about this issue with the Rohingya, pleading with the company. Yeah. We pleaded with the company, and they continue to not address this issue. Now, you're pointing out that these same algorithms are being used, and they know darn well in Ethiopia that it's causing and inciting violence. And again, they are still today choosing profit over taking this information down. Is that correct?
When rioting began in the United States in the summer of last year, they turned off downstream MSI only for when they detected content was health content, which is probably COVID, and civic content. But Facebook's own algorithms are bad at finding this content. It's still in the raw form for 80, 90% of even that sensitive content. In countries where they don't have integrity systems in the local language, and in the case of Ethiopia, there are 100 million people in Ethiopia in 6 languages. Facebook only supports 2 of those languages for integrity systems. This strategy of focusing on language-specific, content-specific systems, AI to save us, is doomed to fail.
I need to get to one of them. First of all, I'm sending a letter to Facebook today. They better not delete any information as it relates to the Rohingya or investigations about how they proceeded on this, particularly in light of your information or the documents. But aren't we also now talking about advertising fraud? Aren't you selling something to advertisers that's not really what they're getting? We know about this because of the newspaper issues. We're trying to say that journalism that basically has to meet a different standard, a public interest standard, that basically is out there basically proving every day, or they can be sued. These guys are a social media platform that doesn't have to live with that. And then the consequences, they're telling their advertisers that this was we see it. We see it. People are coming back to the local journalism because they're like, we want to be with the trusted brand. We don't want to be in, your website. So I think your finding for the SEC is an interesting one, but I think that we also have to look at what are the other issues here. And one of them is, did they defraud advertisers in telling them this was the advertising content that you were going to be advertising in, when in reality it was something different. It was based on a different model.
We have multiple examples of question and answers for the advertising staff, the sales staff, where advertisers say after the riots last summer, were asked, should we come back to Facebook? Or after the insurrection, like, should we come back to Facebook? And Facebook said in their talking points that they gave to advertisers, we're doing everything in our power to make this safer, or we take down all the hate speech when we find it. But Facebook's own
and that was not true.
That was not true. They get 3 to 5% of hate speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Cantwell. And if you want to make your letter available to other members of the committee, I'd be glad to join you myself.
Thank you.
And,
thank you.
Thank you for suggesting it.
Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Haugen, for joining us this week. It's very, very helpful. We're grateful that you're willing to make yourself available. Last week, we had another witness from Facebook, Ms. Davis. She came and she testified before this committee, and she focused on, among other things, the extent to which Facebook targets ads to children, including ads that are either sexually suggestive or geared toward adult-themed products or themes in general. Now, I appreciated her willingness to be here. I didn't get the clearest answers in response to some of those questions. And so I'm hoping that you can help shed some light on some of those issues related to Facebook's advertising processes here today. As we get into this, I want to first read you a quote that I got from Ms. Davis last week. Here's what she said during her questioning. Quote, "When we do ads to young people, there are only 3 things that an advertiser can target around: age, gender, location. We also prohibit certain ads to young people, including weight loss ads. We don't allow tobacco ads at all, meaning to young people. We don't allow them to children. We don't allow them to minors," close quote. Now, since that exchange happened last week, there are a number of individuals and groups, including a group called the Technology Transparency Project, or TTP, that have indicated that that part of her testimony was inaccurate, that it was false. TTP noted that TTP had conducted an experiment just last month, and their goal was to run a series of ads that would be targeted to children ages 13 to 17 to users in the United States. Now, I want to emphasize that TDP didn't end up running these ads. They stopped them from being distributed to users. But Facebook did, in fact, approve them. And as I understand it, Facebook approved them for an audience of up to 9.1 million users, all of whom were teens. So I brought a few of these to show you today. This is the first one I wanted to showcase. This first one has a colorful graphic encouraging kids to, quote, throw a Skittles party like no other, which, you know, as the graphic indicates, and as the slang jargon also independently suggests, this involves kids getting together randomly to abuse prescription drugs. The second graphic displays an Anna tip. That is, a tip specifically designed to encourage and promote anorexia. And it's on there. Now, the language, the Anna tip itself, independently promotes that. The ad also promotes it, insofar as it was suggesting these are images you ought to look at when you need motivation to be more anorexic, I guess you could say. Now, the third one invites children to find their partner online and to make a love connection. You look lonely, find your partner now to make a love connection. Now look, it'd be an entirely different kettle of fish if this were targeted to an adult audience. It is not. It's targeted to 13 to 17-year-olds. Now, obviously, I don't support, and TDP does not support these messages, particularly when targeted to impressionable children. And again, just to be clear, TDP did not end up pushing the ads out after receiving Facebook's approval. But it did, in fact, receive Facebook's approval. So I think this says something. One could argue that it proves that Facebook is allowing and perhaps facilitating the targeting of harmful adult-themed ads
I tried talking to
our
adults.
nation's children. So could you please explain to me, Ms. Haugen, how these ads with a target audience of 13 to 17-year-old children, how would they possibly be approved by Facebook? And is AI involved in that?
Yeah, for sure.
I did not work directly on the ad approval system. What was resonant for me about your testimony is Facebook has a deep focus on scale. So scale is, can we do things very cheaply for a huge number of people, which is part of why they rely on AI so much. It is very possible that none of those ads were seen by a human. And the reality is that we've seen from repeated documents within my disclosures is that Facebook's AI systems only catch a very tiny minority of offending content. And best case scenario, in the case of something like hate speech, at most they will ever get 10 to 20%. In the case of children, that means drug paraphernalia ads like that. It's likely if they rely on computers and not humans, they will also likely never get more than 10 to 20% of those ads.
Understood. Mr. Chairman, I've got one minor follow-up question. It should be easy to answer.
Go ahead.
So while Facebook may claim that it only targets ads based on age, gender, and location, even though these things seem to counteract that, but let's set that aside for a minute, and that they're not basing ads based on specific interest categories. Does Facebook still collect interest category data on teenagers, even if they aren't at that moment targeting ads at teens based on those interest categories?
Hope it doesn't let them
I think it's very important to differentiate between what targeting are advertisers allowed to specify and what targeting Facebook may learn for an ad. Let's imagine you had some text on an ad. It would likely extract out features that it thought was relevant for that ad. For example, in the case of something about partying, it would learn partying is a concept. I'm very suspicious that personalized ads are still not being delivered to teenagers on Instagram because the algorithms learn correlations. They learn interactions where your party ad may still go to kids interested in partying because Facebook is almost certainly has a ranking model in the background that it says this person wants more party-related content.
Interesting. Thank you. That's very helpful. And what that suggests to me is that while they're saying they're not targeting teens with those ads, the algorithm might do some of that work for them, which might explain why they collect the data, even while claiming that they're not targeting those ads in that way.
I can't speak to whether or not that's the intention, but the reality is it's very, very, very difficult to understand these algorithms today. And over and over and over again, we saw these biases the algorithms unintentionally learn. And so, yeah, it's very hard to disentangle out these factors as long as you have engagement-based ranking.
Thank you, Ms. Haugen.
Thank you very much, Senator Lee. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Thank you, Ms. Haugen. You are a 21st century American hero, warning our country of the danger for young people, for our democracy, and our nation owes you just a huge debt of gratitude for
our nation owes
courage
Snowden.
here today.
Bring
So
him back.
thank you.
Let him come back.
Ms. Haugen, do you agree that Facebook actively seeks to attract children and teens onto its platforms?
And Facebook actively markets to children, or markets to children under the age of 18 to get on Instagram, and definitely targets children as young as 8 to be on in Messenger Kids.
An internal Facebook document from 2020 that you revealed reads, "Why do we care about tweens? They are a valuable but untapped audience." So Facebook only cares about children to the extent that they are of monetary value. Last week, Facebook's global head of safety, Antigone Davis, told me that Facebook does not allow targeting of certain harmful content to teens. Ms. Davis stated, "We don't allow weight loss ads to be shown to people under the age of 18. Yet, a recent study found that Facebook permitted targeting of teens as young as 13 with ads that showed a young woman's thin waist promoting websites that glorify anorexia." Ms. Haugen, based on your time at Facebook, do you think Facebook is telling the truth?
I think Facebook has focused on scale over safety, and it is likely that they are using artificial intelligence to try to identify harmful ads without allowing the public oversight to see what is the actual effectiveness of those safety systems.
You unearthed Facebook's research about its harm to teens. Did you raise this issue with your supervisors?
I did not work directly on anything involving teen mental health. This research was freely available to anyone in the company.
Ms. Davis testified last week, quote, "We don't allow tobacco ads at all. We don't allow them to children either. We don't allow alcohol ads to minors. However, researchers also found that Facebook does allow targeting of teens with ads on vaping." Ms. Haugen, based on your time at Facebook, do you think Facebook is telling the truth?
I do not have context on that issue. I assume that if they are using artificial intelligence to catch those vape ads, unquestionably ads are making its way through.
Okay. So from my perspective, listening to you and your incredibly courageous revelations time and time again, Facebook says one thing and does another. Time and time again, Facebook fails to abide by the commitments that they had made. Time and time again, Facebook lies about what they are doing. Yesterday, Facebook had a platform outage, but for years it has had a principles outage. Its only real principle is profit. Facebook's platforms are not safe for young people. As you said, Facebook is like big tobacco, enticing young kids with that first cigarette, that first social media account designed to hook kids as users for life. Ms. Haugen, your whistleblowing shows that Facebook uses harmful features that quantify popularity, push manipulative influencer marketing, amplify harmful content to teens. And last week in this committee, Facebook wouldn't even commit to not using these features on 10-year-olds. Facebook is built on computer codes of misconduct. Senator Blumenthal and I have introduced the Kids Internet Design and Safety Act, the KIDS Act. You have asked us to act as a committee. And Facebook has scores of lobbyists in the city right now coming in right after this hearing to tell us we can't act.
Oh, can we listen to that?
And they've been successful for a decade in blocking this committee from acting. So let me ask you a question. The Kids Internet Design and Safety Act, or the Kids Act, here's what the legislation does. It includes outright bans on children's app features that, one, quantify popularity with likes and follower counts, promotes promotes influencer marketing, and three, that amplifies toxic posts, and that it would prohibit Facebook from using its algorithms to promote toxic posts. Should we pass that legislation?
I strongly encourage reforms that push us towards human-scale social media and not computer-driven social media. Those amplification harms are caused by computers choosing what's important to us, not our friends and family. And I encourage any system that children are exposed to not use amplification systems.
So you agree that Congress has to enact these special protections for children and teens that stop social media companies from manipulating young users and threatening their well-being, to stop using its algorithm to harm kids. You agree with that?
I do believe Congress must act to protect children.
And children and teens also need a privacy online Bill of Rights. I'm the author of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act of 1998. But it's only for kids under 13 because the industry stopped me from making it age 16 in 1998, because it was already their business model. But we need to update that law for the 21st century. Tell me if this should pass. One, create an online eraser button so that young users can tell websites to delete the data they've collected about them. Two, give young teens under the age of 16 and their parents control of their information. And three, ban targeted ads to children.
I support all those actions.
Thank you. And finally, I've also introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act, which would, one, open the hood on Facebook and big tech's algorithms so we know how Facebook is using our data to decide what content we see, and two, ban discriminatory algorithms that harm vulnerable populations online, like showing employment and housing ads to white people, but not to black people in our country. Should Congress pass that bill?
Algorithmic bias issues are a major issue for our democracy. During my time at Pinterest, I became very aware of the challenges of, like I mentioned before, it's difficult for us to understand how these algorithms actually act and perform. Facebook is aware of complaints today by people like African Americans saying that Reels doesn't give African Americans the same distribution as white people. And until we have transparency and our ability to confirm ourselves that Facebook's marketing messages are true, we will not have a system that is compatible with democracy.
So, I thank Senator Lee. I agree with you in your line of questions. I wrote Facebook asking them to explain that discrepancy, because Facebook, I think, is lying about targeting 13 to 15-year-olds. So here's my message for Mark Zuckerberg. Your time of invading our privacy, promoting toxic content, and preying on children and teens is over. Congress will be taking action. You can work with us or not work with us, but we will not allow your company to harm our children and our families and our democracy any longer. Thank you, Ms. Haugen. We will act.
Thanks, Senator Markey. We're going to turn to Senator Blackburn, and then we will take a break. I know that there's some interest in another round of questions. Maybe, maybe we'll turn to Senator Lujan for his questions before.
Well, we've got Cruz and Scott.
And we have others, so
Yes.
we'll come back after the.
Mr. Chairman? I have to go to sit in the chair starting at noon today.
Why don't we turn to, you had one question?
I do. I have one question. This relates to what Mr. Markey was asking. Does Facebook ever employ child psychologists or mental health professionals to deal with these children online issues that we're discussing?
Facebook has many researchers with PhDs. I assume some of them are, I know that some have psychology degrees. I'm not sure if they are child specialists. Facebook also works with external agencies that are specialists at children's rights online.
Senator Lujan, and then at the conclusion of Senator Lujan's questions, we'll take a break. We'll come back at noon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the indulgence of the committee. Ms. Haugen, last week, the committee heard directly from Ms. Davis, the global head of safety for Facebook. During the hearing, the company contested their own internal research as if it does not exist. Yes or no, does Facebook have internal research indicating that Instagram harms teens, particularly harming perceptions of body image, which disproportionately affects young women?
Yes, Facebook has extensive research on the impacts of its products on teenagers, including young women.
Thank you for confirming these reports. Last week, I requested Facebook make the basis of this research the data set minus any personally identifiable information available to this committee. Do you believe it is important for transparency and safety that Facebook release the basis of this internal research, the core data set, to allow for independent analysis?
I believe it is vitally important for our democracy that we establish mechanisms where Facebook's internal research must be disclosed to the public on a regular basis, and that we need to have privacy-sensitive data sets that allow independent researchers to confirm whether or not Facebook's marketing messages are actually true.
Beyond this particular research, should Facebook make its internal primary research, not just secondary slide decks of cherry-picked data, but the underlying data public by default? Can this be done in a way that respects user privacy?
I believe in collaboration with academics and other researchers that we can develop privacy-conscious ways of exposing radically more data that is available today. It is important for our ability to understand how algorithms work, how Facebook shapes the information we get to see, that we have these data sets be publicly available for scrutiny.
Is Facebook capable of making the right decision here on its own, or is regulation needed to create real transparency at Facebook?
Until incentives change at Facebook, we should not expect Facebook to change. We need action from Congress.
Last week, I asked Ms. Davis about shadow profiles for children on the site, and she answered that no data is ever collected on children under 13 because they are not allowed to make accounts. This tactfully ignores the issue. Facebook knows children use their platform. However, instead of seeing this as a problem to be solved, Facebook views this as a business opportunity. Yes or no, does Facebook conduct research on children under 13, examining the business opportunities of connecting these young children to Facebook's products?
I want to emphasize how vital it is that Facebook should have to publish the mechanisms by which it tries to detect these children, because they are on the platform in far greater numbers than anyone is aware. I do believe that, or I am aware that Facebook is doing research on children under the age of 13, and those studies are included in my disclosure.
You have shared your concerns about how senior management at Facebook has continuously prioritized revenue over potential user harm and safety. And I have a few questions on Facebook's decision-making. Last week, I asked Ms. Davis, quote, has Facebook ever found a change to its platform would potentially inflict harm on users, but Facebook moved forward because the change would also grow users or increase revenue? Ms. Davis said in response, quote, it's not been my experience at all at Facebook. That's just not how we would approach it. Yes or no, has Facebook ever found a feature on its platform harmed its users, but the feature moved forward because it would also grow users or increase revenue?
Facebook likes to paint that these issues are really complicated. There are lots of simple issues. For example, requiring someone to click through on a link before you reshare it. That's not a large imposition, but it does decrease growth a tiny little amount, because in some countries, reshares make up 35% of all the content that people see. Facebook prioritized that content on the system, the reshares, over the impacts to misinformation, hate speech, or violence incitement.
Did these decisions ever come from Mark Zuckerberg directly or from other senior management at Facebook?
We have a few choice documents that contain notes from briefings with Mark Zuckerberg, where he chose metrics defined by Facebook, like meaningful social interactions, over changes that would have significantly decreased misinformation, hate speech, and other inciting content.
And this is the reference you shared earlier to Ms. Cantwell, April of 2020.
Yeah. The soft interventions.
Facebook appeared to be able to count on the silence of its workforce for a long time, even as it knowingly continued practices and policies that continue to cause and amplify harm. Facebook content moderators have called out, quote, a culture of fear and secrecy within the company that prevented them from speaking out. Is there a culture of fear at Facebook around whistleblowing and external accountability?
Facebook has a culture that emphasizes that insularity is the path forward, that if information is shared with the public, it will just be misunderstood. And I believe that relationship has to change. The only way that we will solve these problems is by solving them together, and we will have much better, more democratic solutions if we do it collaboratively than in isolation.
And my final question, is there a senior level executive at Facebook, like an inspector general, who's responsible for ensuring complaints from Facebook employees are taken seriously and that employees' legal, ethical, and moral concerns receive consideration with the real possibility of instigating change to company policies?
I'm not aware of that role, but the company is large and it may exist.
I appreciate that. It's my understanding that there's a gentleman by the name of Roy Austin, who is the Vice President of Civil Rights, who's described himself as an inspector general, but he does not have the authority to make these internal conflicts public. The oversight board was created by Facebook to review moderation policies related to public content specifically. It was not created to allow employees to raise concerns. So again, another area of interest I believe that we have to act on. I thank you for coming forward today.
My pleasure. Happy to serve.
The committee is in recess.
Take a picture. Hurry up, take a picture. Take a picture. Better. Yeah, just click. Get more. I need one more. Wait, I didn't get it. Look, these guys are crazy. Bro, my microphone is off right now. Like, what the fuck is going on? Because I unplugged it.
So the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Product Safety, and Data Security has gone into recess to allow members to vote on the Senate floor. They've been hearing testimony today from Frances Haugen, a Facebook whistleblower, on her experiences at the social media company and how to better protect children online with privacy regulations and laws. We'll return to live coverage when they resume here on C-SPAN. So while we wait for the committee to resume, we'll show you a portion of the hearing from earlier today.
Hey, no, it's still fucking off by a second. Like a split second. Mike. Yeah, what the? I might have to restart everything to make it right, but Mike, dude. Yo. It's like barely after my mouth, isn't it? Yo. Hey. It's like a split second. Can you even tell? That my mouth, it might just be in my headset, in the headset. Oh, dude. Man, it's just enough to piss me off, though, dude. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta restart the computer because it's really bugging me. Whatever, I'll be back. Back, I gotta come back. It's probably just in my head too. It's probably not even whatever. Everything must go. Yeah, it's way better now, dude. Or it was, I don't know, dude. It sounded really weird a minute ago. I don't know what the heck was going on, bro. I don't know what was going on. I gotta get this stuff up first before I can get anything else up, though. Did y'all hear that it sounded weird too, or was it just on my end? It could have been my feed that was coming to the headset. So the quickest way for me to figure it out is just to restart everything. Otherwise, I'll be troubleshooting over here trying to. Yeah, anyway. It's just easier this way, even though it takes me a second. Dude, I think it was in like at the beginning of the stream and it was fucking with me. Like, it sounded funky and that pissed me off even more. When the stream was first started, I was automatically pissed off. It's because I didn't have the chat bot. I didn't have your daily dough thing in there to where I could give recognition to you guys for yesterday. And I was like furiously trying to do it before the stream started, and then like it was starting, and then I actually had to finish it while it was starting. And then it's just like the noises in the background with you saying hey, and I hadn't even had breakfast or done the litter box or like anything this morning really. I'm just like out of it, just trying to get the stream up. So I fucking blew up, dude. I think the audio sound the way it did though was what pushed me over, because I didn't realize that until I first said something, and I was like, oh my god, the audio too. Right, perfect. Okay, so now we're back up, and now I can bring this. Hopefully they're talking to the lobbyists now. I can bring them up. I'm gonna bring, because I just had to do that first. Okay, where were we? Oh, C-SPAN, C-SPAN, right? I was at the boom, 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 boom. Where are they? Where are they? Where's the whistleblower? Senate. Boom. Let's go. Let's go. Get in there. Get in that boy. Just log in. I was just looking at that. Alright, man. Now you're being silly.
To the parents
oh, no,
of America.
Okay, so is this not live anymore? I know
What you
that
were doing and why you did it.
I know they left, but are they? They're not gonna let us see the lobbyists? Alright, I gotta get the rest of the stuff on the screen real fast, man. Are they really not gonna let us see the lobbyists? Clock up. I gotta get the ticker up. I gotta get the subs up. It's you go. Oh, I guess there's something to say about that too. Wrote some stuff down. And to line it all up, I'm just gonna click here, click back. That's alright. That's alright. It's okay. Okay, so this isn't live anymore. Some things I wanted to briefly, actually, I wanted to scroll this back for a second. If anybody knows that they're talking to the lobbyists or not, because right now, all they're doing is this. They're recapping. It says resume shortly, so I'm just going to leave this here. Okay. Bring up. Just gonna bring up the stream real fast and rewind it, because I wanted to hear what she said about BuzzFeed real fast. And she said her on the 8:15 mark. What she said about BuzzFeed real fast. And she. Ooh, we ain't going there, right? But she said something interesting. It is right before he asked that question. She's answering it right there.
Shots, Senator Moran, and then we've been joined by the chair, Senator Cantwell. She'll be next.
It might have been around
We're going to break at about
8:13.
11:30, if that's okay, because we have a vote. And then we'll reconvene.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The conversation so far reminds me that you and I ought to resolve our differences and introduce legislation. So as Senator Thune said, let's go to work.
Our differences are very minor, or they seem very minor in the face of the revelations that we've now seen. So I'm hoping we can move forward, Senator Moran.
I share that view, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. What examples do you know? We've talked about particularly children, teenage girls in specifically, but what other examples do you know about where Facebook or Instagram knew its decisions would be harmful to its users, but still proceeded with the
Oh, they're not back yet, dude. I'm like
plan,
rewatching some.
and executed those harmful behavior?
Facebook's internal research is aware that there are a variety of problems facing children on Instagram that are, they know that severe harm is happening to children. For example, in the case of bullying, Facebook knows that Instagram dramatically changes the experience of high school. So when we were in high school, or when I was in high school, most kids
You looked at me and changed your wording.
Sorry. When I was in high school, most kids have positive home lives. Like, it doesn't matter how bad it is at school. Kids can go home and reset for 16 hours. Kids who are bullied on Instagram, the bullying follows them home. It follows them into their bedrooms. The last thing they see before they go to bed at night is someone being cruel to them, or the first thing they see in the morning is someone being cruel to them. Kids are learning that their own friends, like people who
It's not this
care
part.
about them,
It's
are
the next
cruel
part.
to them.
The next question.
Like, think about how
I'm
that's going to
waiting on-
impact their domestic relationships when they become 20-somethings or 30-somethings, to believe that people who care about you are mean to you. Facebook knows that parents today, because they didn't experience these things, they never experienced this addictive experience with a piece of technology, they give their children bad advice. They say things like, why don't you just stop using it? And so that Facebook's own research is aware that children express feelings of loneliness and struggling with these things because they can't even get support from their own parents.
Dude, parents had Candy
I don't
Crush.
understand how Facebook can know all these things and not escalate it to someone like Congress for help and support in navigating these problems.
Let me ask the question in a broader way. Besides teenagers or besides
Here we
girls
go.
or besides youth,
This one.
are there other practices at Facebook or Instagram that are known to be harmful but yet are pursued?
BuzzFeed.
Facebook is aware that
BuzzFeed.
choices it made in establishing like
question.
meaningful social interactions, so engagement-based ranking that didn't care if you bullied someone or committed hate speech in the comments, that was meaningful. They know that that change directly changed publishers' behavior, that companies like BuzzFeed wrote in and said, the content is most successful on our platform is some of the content we're most ashamed of. You have a problem with your ranking, and they did nothing. They know that politicians are being forced to take positions they know their own constituents don't like or approve of because those are the ones that get distributed on Facebook. That's a huge, huge negative impact. Facebook also knows that they have admitted in public that engagement-based ranking is dangerous without integrity and security systems, but then not rolled out those integrity and security systems to most of the languages in the world. And that's what's causing things like ethnic violence in Ethiopia.
Thank you for your answer. What is the magnitude of Facebook's revenues or profits that come from the sale of user data?
Oh, I'm sorry, I've never worked on that. I'm not aware.
Thank you. What regulations or legal actions by Congress or by administrative action do you think would have the most consequence or would be feared most by Facebook, Instagram, or allied companies?
I strongly encourage reforming Section 230 to exempt decisions about algorithms, right? So modifying 230 around content, I think, has it's very complicated because user-generated content is something that companies have less control over. They have 100% control over their algorithms. And Facebook should not get a free pass on choices it makes to prioritize growth and virality and reactiveness over public safety. They shouldn't get a free pass on that because they're paying for their profits right now with our safety. So I strongly encourage reform of 230 in that way.
Okay. I also wanted to go to 837. Like I just something recently that I've noticed on YouTube actually in the settings area. It's asking what your race is. What is it? I can't. I can see the time. 8:27. 8:37. Like I just saw it today actually. I'll show you what I'm talking about. This isn't on yet, by the way. I'm looking at this small screen here, waiting for them to resume. This is live, but no. But if I go into settings and creator, this one didn't used to exist. It says creator demographics. Like what is that thing? I click on it. Help make YouTube more inclusive. Oh, really? More inclusive? Oh, okay. By giving up my race, help us better understand the race, ethnicity, gender, and sexual orientation representation of creator and artist communities on YouTube. The creator demographics provide this information, but providing this information is optional. You may delete your answers anytime. The information, why would I want to do that if this wasn't some fucked up stuff? Like why would I ever want to delete it? Why would you even put that there? Like just to let me know that, like if I deleted it, you already have it. You know what I mean? It's like I can delete it, but you already have said. You wrote it in your own database, and I'll delete it on mine, but yours will still have it. So the information you provide will not be used to impact your contents or channel's performance in YouTube's system. Okay, now we're kind of getting a guarantee on that. Do I get the YouTube guarantee on that one? That's solid. So yeah, that's new. This was not here a month ago. I go to this page often to unban people or look at who's banned, or it's something that you go to as a creator to do stuff. Just a couple things, but yeah, she said something around
about them.
Race around
give
here.
Young teens under the age of 16 and their parents control of their information. And 3, ban targeted ads to children.
I support all those actions.
Thank you. And finally, I've also introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act, which would, 1, open the hood on Facebook and big tech's algorithms so we know how Facebook is using our data to decide what content we see, and 2, ban discriminatory algorithms that harm vulnerable populations online, like showing employment and housing ads to white people, but not to black people in our country. Should Congress pass that bill?
Algorithmic bias issues are a major issue for our democracy. During my time at Pinterest, I became very aware of the challenges of, like I mentioned before, it's difficult for us to understand how these algorithms actually act and perform. Facebook is aware of complaints today by people like African Americans saying that Reels doesn't give African Americans the same distribution as white people. And until we have transparency and our ability to
if you guys could like the stream,
our
it'll help. If you don't, I'm fucking leaving. I got fucking 10 dislikes. Are you goddamn kidding me right now? What am I doing? What am I fucking doing with my life? I'm not a fucking reporter, dude. An idiot trying to be a reporter. Fuck off, man.
week, she couldn't enumerate a 5-point plan, a 10-point plan of the actions that they took. I also find it shocking that once Facebook had this research, it didn't disclose it to the public, because this is the kind of thing that should have oversight from Congress.
So when you were at Facebook, were there discussions about how to respond to this research?
I did not work directly on issues.
Also, if you wish,
Facebook could make to reduce or eliminate these harms?
You mentioned earlier concerns around free speech. A lot of the things that I advocate for are around changing the mechanisms of amplification, not around picking winners and losers in the marketplace of ideas. The problems
so explain what that means.
Oh, sure. So like I mentioned before, you know, like how on Twitter, if you have to click through on a link before you reshare it, small actions like that friction don't require picking good ideas and bad ideas. They just make the platform less twitchy, less reactive. And Facebook's internal research says that each one of those small actions dramatically reduces misinformation.
Go fucking figure. I start the stream back up and dickheads leave because I put the fucking content back on. They wanted me to Man, I hate you people. I fucking hate you.
About political censorship at Facebook and in big tech?
I believe you cannot have a system that has as big an impact on society as Facebook does today with as little transparency as it does. I'm a strong proponent of chronological ranking, or ordering by time with a little bit of spam demotion, because I think we don't want computers deciding what we focus on. We should have software that is human scaled, where humans have conversations together, not computers facilitating who we get to hear from.
So how could we get more transparency? What would produce that?
I strongly encourage the development of some kind of regulatory body that could work with academics, work with researchers, work with other government agencies to synthesize requests for data that are privacy conscious. This is an area that I'm really passionate about. Because right now, no one can force Facebook to disclose data. And Facebook has been stonewalling us, or even worse, they gave inaccurate data to researchers, as the scandal recently showed.
What data should they turn over? And my time's expired, so.
For example, even data as simple as what integrity systems exist today and how well do they perform? Like, there are lots and lots of people who Facebook is conveying around the world that Facebook safety systems apply to their language, and those people aren't aware that they're using a raw, original, dangerous version of Facebook. Just basic actions like transparency would make a huge difference.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cruz. Senator Loomis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. If you were in my seat today instead of your seat, what documents or unanswered questions would you seek from Facebook, especially as it relates to children, but even generally speaking?
I think any research regarding what Facebook does problematic use, i.e. the addictiveness of the product, is of vital importance. And anything around what Facebook knows about parents' lack of knowledge about the platform. I only know about the documents that I have seen, right? I did not work on teens or child safety myself, but in the documents that I read, Facebook articulates the idea that parents today are not aware of how dangerous Instagram is, and because they themselves did not live through these experiences, they can't coach their kids on basic safety things. And so, at a minimum, Facebook should have to disclose what it knows in that context.
Okay, so we're trying to protect individuals' data that they're gathering, have data privacy, but have transparency in the manner in which the data is used. Can we bridge that gap?
Imagine, I think reasonable people can have a conversation on how many people need to see a piece of content before it's not really private. Like if 100,000 people see something, is it private? If 25,000 people see it, is it private? Just disclosing the most popular content on the platform, including statistics around what factors went into the promotion of that content, would cause radically more transparency than we have today on how Facebook chooses what we get to focus on, how they shape our reality.
Okay, if our focus is protecting the First Amendment and our rights to free speech, while very carefully regulating data privacy. I've heard there are a number of things that are being discussed in Congress. Everything from antitrust laws to calling Facebook a utility to the idea that you just raised of a regulatory board of some sort that has authority to through understanding of the algorithms and how they're used and other mechanisms that create what we see, the face of Facebook, so to speak. Tell me a little more about how you envision that board working. What is in your mind, based on your understanding of the company and the ill consequences, what is the best approach to bridging the gap between keeping speech free and protecting individual privacy with regard to data?
So I think those issues are, they're independent issues. So we can talk about free speech first, which is having more transparency. Like Facebook has solutions today that are not content-based. And I am a strong advocate for non-content-based solutions because those solutions will also then protect the most vulnerable people in the world. In a place like Ethiopia where they speak 6 languages, if you have something that focuses on good ideas and bad ideas, those systems don't work in diverse places. So investing in non-content-based ways to slow the platform down not only protects our freedom of speech, it protects people's lives. The second question is around privacy. And this question of how can we have oversight and have privacy? There is lots and lots of research on how to abstract data sets. So you're not showing people's names. You might not even be showing the content of their post. You might be showing data that is about the content of their post, but not the post itself. There are many ways to structure these data sets that are privacy conscious. And the fact that Facebook has walled off the ability to see even basic things about how the platform performs, or in the case of their past academic research, releasing inaccurate data, or not being clear about how they pulled that data, is just part of a pattern of behavior of Facebook hiding behind walls and operating in the shadows. And they have far too much power in our society to be allowed to continue to operate that way.
Well, I had heard you make the analogy earlier to the tobacco industry, and I think that that's an appropriate analogy. I really believe we're searching for the best way to address the problem. And I'm not sure that it is the heavy hands, like breaking up companies or calling them a utility, which is why your approach of integrating people who understand the math and the uses of the math with protecting privacy is intriguing to me. So the more information that you can provide to us about how that might work to actually address the problem, I think would be helpful. So in my case, this is an invitation to you to provide to my office or the committee information about how we can get at the root of the problem that you've identified and can document, and save people's privacy. So I extend that invitation to you, and I thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thanks, Senator Lummis. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witness here. It's been a good hearing. A lot of information's been learned, particularly on the issue of how this is impacting our kids. I think we're going to look back 20 years from now, and all of us are going to be like, what in the hell were we thinking? When we recognize the damage that it's done to a generation of kids. Do you agree with that, Ms. Haugen?
When Facebook has made statements in the past about how much benefit Instagram is providing to kids' mental health, like kids are connecting who were once alone, What I'm so surprised about that is if Instagram is such a positive force, have we seen a golden age of teenage mental health in the last 10 years? Yeah. No, we've seen
the opposite, right?
We've seen escalating rates of suicide and depression amongst teenagers.
And do you think those rates are at least in part driven by the social media phenomenon?
There is a broad swath of research that supports the idea that usage of social media amplifies the risk for these mental health harms.
So right now, and this hearing is helping illuminate it, we are seeing...
And Facebook's own research shows that.
Right?
Yeah.
Say that again, that's important.
And Facebook's own research shows that. Right, the kids are saying, I am unhappy when I use Instagram and I can't stop. That if I leave, I'm afraid I'll be ostracized.
Right.
And that's so sad.
So they know that.
That's what their research shows.
So what do you think drives them to, I had this discussion with the witness last week, and I said, well, you know, I think they called it their timeout or stop. I said, but isn't that incompatible with your business model? Because your business model is more time online, more eyeballs online. Isn't that the fundamental elements of their business model?
Facebook has had both an interesting opportunity and a hard challenge from being a closed system. So they have had the opportunity to hide their problems. And like often people do when they can hide their problems, they get in over their heads. And I think Facebook needs an opportunity to have Congress step in and say, guess what? You don't have to struggle by yourself anymore. You don't have to hide these things from us. You don't have to pretend they're not problems. You can declare moral bankruptcy and we can figure out how to fix these things together. Because we solve problems together, we don't solve them alone.
And by moral bankruptcy, one of the things, and I appreciate the phrase that the chairman and you've been using, is one of those elements, which is they know this is a problem, they know it's actually impacting negatively the mental health of the most precious assets we have in America, our youth, our kids. I have 3 daughters. They know that that is happening, and yet the moral bankruptcy, from your perspective, is the continuation of this simply because that's how they make money?
I phrase it slightly differently. We have financial bankruptcy because we value people's lives more than we value money, right? The people get in over their heads and they need a process where they admit they did something wrong, but we have a mechanism where we forgive them and we have a way for them to move forward. Facebook is stuck in a feedback loop that they cannot get out of. They have been hiding this information because they feel trapped, right? Like they would have come forward if they had solutions to these things. They need to admit they did something wrong and that they need help to solve these problems. And that's what moral bankruptcy is.
Let me ask, I'm going to switch gears here, and this is, what's your current position right now in terms of its disinformation and counter-espionage?
My last role at Facebook was in counter-espionage.
I'm sorry, your last role, okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things, this is a very different topic, and I only got a minute or so left, but right now is Facebook, I know Facebook is not allowed in countries like China, but do they provide platforms for authoritarian or terrorist-based leaders like the Ayatollahs in Iran, that's the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, or the Taliban, or Xi Jinping, in my view, our biggest rival for this century, a communist party dictator who's trying to export his authoritarian model around the world. Do they provide a platform for those kind of leaders who, in my view, clearly don't hold America's interests in mind? Does Facebook provide that platform?
During my time working with the Threat Intelligence Org, so I was a product manager supporting the counter-espionage team. My team directly worked on tracking Chinese participation on the platform, surveilling, say, Uyghur populations in places around the world, that you could actually find the Chinese based on them doing these kinds of things.
So Facebook, I'm sorry.
We also saw active participation of, say, the Iran government doing espionage on other state actors. So this is definitely a thing that is happening, and I believe Facebook's consistent understaffing of the counter-espionage, information operations, and counterterrorism teams is a national security issue, and I'm speaking to other parts of Congress about that.
So you are saying, in essence, that the platform, whether Facebook knows it or not, is being utilized by some of our adversaries in a way that helps push and promote their interests at the expense of America's?
Yes, Facebook's so very aware that this is happening on the platform. And I believe the fact that Congress doesn't get a report of exactly how many people are working on these things internally is unacceptable, because you have a right to keep the American people safe.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Sullivan. You may have just opened an area for another hearing.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I have strong national security concerns about how Facebook operates today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, maybe we should, right? I mean, it's a important issue.
I'm not being at all facetious. Thank you for your questions on this topic, and I know you have a busy schedule, but we may want to discuss this issue with you, members of our committee, at least informally, and if you'd be willing to come back for another hearing. That certainly is within the realm of possibility. I haven't consulted the ranking member, but or the chairwoman, but thank you for your honesty and your candor on that topic. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, thanks for coming forward, and thanks for coming forward in a manner that you want to have positive change. So that's not always what happens. Earlier this year, I sent a letter to Facebook and other social media platforms asking them to detail the harmful impacts, including effects on mental health, their platforms have on children and teens. So your reports reveal that Facebook has been fully aware of this for a while, and the harmful impacts, especially on young women. So I think we all agree that's completely unacceptable, and we've got to figure out how we protect the people that are vulnerable in this country from the harmful impacts of Facebook and other social media platforms. So first off, do you think there should be greater consideration for age when it comes to using any social media?
I strongly encourage raising age limits to 16 or 18 years old based on looking at the data around problematic use or addiction on the platform and children's self-regulation issues.
So I think you addressed this a little bit, but why do you think Facebook didn't address this publicly when they figured it out internally that they were having an adverse impact on young people, especially young women? Why didn't they come forward and say, we've got a problem, we've got to figure this out?
I have a huge amount of empathy for Facebook. These are really, really hard questions. And part of why I was saying, I think they feel a little trapped and isolated is the problems that are driving negative social comparison on Instagram. Facebook's own research says Instagram is actually distinctly worse than, say, TikTok or Snapchat or Reddit, because TikTok is about doing fun things with your friends. Snapchat is about faces and augmented reality. Reddit is vaguely about ideas, but Instagram is about bodies and about comparing lifestyles. And so I think there are real questions where like Instagram would have to come in and think hard about their product or about like what is their product about. And I don't think those answers are immediately obvious, but that's why I believe we need to solve problems together and not alone, because collaborating with the public will give us better solutions.
So do you think Facebook was trying to mitigate the problem?
I think within the set of incentives that they were working within, they did the best they could. Unfortunately, those incentives are not sustainable and they are not acceptable in our society.
You think Facebook and other social media platforms ought to be required to report any harmful effects they have on young people?
One of the things that I found very interesting after the report in the Wall Street Journal on teen mental health was that a former executive at the company said, Facebook needs to be able to have private research. And the part that I was offended by this was Facebook has had some of this research on the negative effects of Instagram on teenagers for years. I strongly support the idea that Facebook should have a year, maybe 18 months to have private research, but given that they are the only people in the world who can do this kind of research, that the public never gets to do it, they shouldn't be allowed to keep secrets when people's lives are on the line.
So,
because to be clear, if they make $40 billion a year, they have the resources to solve these problems. They're choosing not to solve them.
yeah. Didn't that surprise you they wouldn't put more effort into this?
I know,
Because
yeah.
you know it's going to catch up with them eventually, right?
Yeah,
why wouldn't you?
like I mentioned earlier to Senator Hickenlooper, right, coming in and having oversight might actually make Facebook a more profitable company 5 or 10 years from now, because toxicity, Facebook's own research shows they have something called an integrity holdout. These are people who don't get protections from integrity systems to see what happens to them. Right. And those people who deal with a more toxic, painful version of Facebook use Facebook less. And so one could reason a kinder, friendlier, more collaborative Facebook might actually have more users 5 years from now. So it's in everyone's interest.
Do you think, I've got a bill, and there's a lot of bills that I think we've all talked about, but mine is called the Data Act. It's going to require express consent from users for large platforms to use algorithms on somebody. You agree with that? What, shouldn't we consent before they get to take everything about us and go sell it? Pick how they send things to us?
For selling personal data, that is an issue that I believe people should have substantially more control over. Most people are not well informed on what the personal costs of having their data sold are. And so I worry about pushing that choice back on individual consumers. In terms of should people consent to working with algorithms, I worry that if Facebook is allowed to give users the choice of do you want an engagement-based newsfeed or do you want a chronological newsfeed, like ordered by time, maybe a little spam demotion, that people will choose the more addictive option, that engagement-based ranking, even if it is leading their daughters to eating disorders.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Scott. I think we have concluded the first round, unless we're missing someone who is online and not hearing anyone. Let's go to the second round. Thank you again for your patience. I know you have a hard stop, I think, at 1:30. So we'll be respectful of that limitation. And I'll begin by asking a few questions. First, let me say, Senator Klobuchar very aptly raised with you the principal obstacle to our achieving legislative reform in the past, which is the tons of money spent on lobbyists and other kinds of influence peddling, to use a pejorative word, that is so evident here in the United States Congress. Some of it's dark money, some of it is very overt, but I guess the point I'd like to make to you personally is that your being here really sends a profound message to our nation that one person can really make a difference. One person standing up, speaking out, can overcome a lot of those obstacles for us. And you have crystallized, in a way, our consciousness here. You have been a catalyst, I think, for change in a way that we haven't seen. And I've been working on these issues for 10, 15 years. And you have raised awareness in a way that I think is very unique. So thank you not only for your risk-taking and your courage and strength in standing up, but
what the fuck about Edward Snowden, dude?
And I also want to make another point. You can tell me whether I'm correct or not. I think there are other whistleblowers out there. I think there are other truth tellers in the tech world who want to come forward. And I think you're leading by example. I think you are showing them that there's a path to make this industry more responsible and more caring about kids and about the nature of our public discourse generally and about the strength of our democracy. And I think you have given them a boost, those whistleblowers out there, in potentially coming forward. I think that's tremendously important. And I think also, and again, you can tell me if I'm wrong, there are a lot of people in Facebook who are cheering for you because there are public reports, and I know of some of my friends in this world who tell me that there are people working for Facebook who wish they had the opportunity and the courage to come forward as you have done, because they feel a lot of reservations about the way that Facebook has used the platform, used algorithms, used content, and pushed it on kids in this way. So those are sort of hypotheses that I hope you can confirm. And I also would like to ask you, because a lot of parents are watching right now. So you've advised us on what you think we should do, the reforms, some of them that you think we should adopt, stronger oversight, authorized by Congress, better disclosure, because right now, Facebook essentially is a black box.
Yes.
For most of America. Facebook is a black box that's designed by Mark Zuckerberg Incorporated. Mark Zuckerberg and his immediate coterie, and the buck stops with him. And reform of Section 203, so there's some legal responsibility. So people have a day in court, some kind of recourse legally when they're harmed by Facebook, because right now it has this broad immunity. Most of America has no idea. Essentially, you can't sue Facebook. You have no recourse. Most America doesn't know about Section 230, and if you pushed a lot of members of Congress, they wouldn't know either.
It's actually slightly worse than that. Facebook made a statement in a legal proceeding recently where they said they had the right to mislead the court because they had immunity, right? That 230 gave them immunity, so why should they have to tell the truth about what they're showing?
Which is kind of
shocking.
Well, it is shocking to a lawyer,
Yeah.
Which some of us are. It's also utter disregard and contempt for the rule of law and for the very legal structure that gives them that kind of protection. So it's kind of a new low in corporate conduct, at least in court. So you've provided us with some of the reforms that you think are important, and I think that the oversight goes a long way because it in turn would make public a lot of what is going on in this black box. But for now, since a lot of teens and tweens will be going home tonight, as you've said, to endure the bullying, the eating disorders, the invitations to feel insecure about themselves, heightened anxiety. They have to live with the real world as it exists right now. And they will be haunted for their lifetimes by these experiences. What would you tell parents right now? What would you advise them about what they can do? Because they need more tools. And some of the proposals that have been mentioned here would give parents more tools to protect their children. Right now, a lot of parents tell me they feel powerless. They need more information. They're way behind their kids in their adeptness online. And they feel that they need to be empowered in some way to protect their kids in the real world right now in real time. So I offer you that open-ended opportunity to talk to us a little bit about your thoughts.
Very rarely do you have one of these generational shifts where the generation that leads, like parents who guide their children, have such a different set of experiences that they don't have the context to support their children in a safe way. There is an active need for schools or maybe the National Institutes of Health to make established information where if parents want to learn on how they can support their kids, it should be easy for them to know what is constructive and not constructive. Because Facebook's own research says kids today feel like they are struggling alone with all these issues because their parents can't guide them. And one of the things I'm saddest when I look on Twitter is when people blame the parents for these problems with Facebook. They say, just take your kid's phone away. And the reality is those issues are a lot more complicated than that. And so we need to support parents because right now, if Facebook won't protect the kids, we at least need to help the parents to protect the kids.
If parents are anguished.
They are.
About this issue. Parents are hardly uncaring. They need the tools, they need to be empowered. And I think that the major encouragement for reforms is going to come from those parents. And you have pointed out, I think in general, but I'd like you to just confirm for me, this research and the documents containing that research is not only findings and conclusions, it's also recommendations for changes. What I hear you saying is that again and again and again, these recommendations were just rejected or disregarded, correct?
There is a pattern of behavior that I saw at Facebook, of Facebook choosing to prioritize its profits over people. And any time that Facebook faced even tiny hits to growth, like 0.1% of sessions, 1% of views, that it chose its profits over safety.
And you mentioned, I think, bonuses tied to downstream MSIs.
To core MSI, yeah.
Could you explain what you meant?
So MSI is meaningful social interaction. Facebook's internal governance is very much based around metrics. So Facebook is incredibly flat, to the point where they have the largest open floor plan office in the world. It's 1/4 mile long and 1 room, right? They believe in flat. And instead of having internal governance, they have metrics that people try to move. In a world like that, it doesn't matter that we now have multiple years of data saying MSI may be encouraging bad content, might be making spaces where people are scared, where they are shown information that puts them at risk. It's so hard to dislodge a ruler like that, a yardstick, that you end up in the situation where, because no one is taking leadership, like no one is intentionally designing these systems, it's just many, many people running in parallel, all moving the metric, that these problems get amplified and amplified and amplified, and no one steps in to bring the solutions.
And I just want to finish, and then I think we've been joined by Senator Young, and then we'll go to Senator Blackburn and Senator Klobuchar. You know, I spent a number of years as an Attorney General helping to lead litigation against big tobacco. And I came to hear from a lot of smokers how grateful they were, ironically and unexpectedly, that someone was fighting big tobacco, because they felt they had been victimized as children. They started smoking when they were 7, 8, 12 years old, because big tobacco was hooking them. And as we developed the research, very methodically and purposefully addicting them at that early age, when they believed that they would make themselves more popular, that they would be cool and hip if they began smoking. And then nicotine hooked them. Now, physiologically, nicotine has addictive properties. What is it about Facebook's tactics of hooking young people that makes it similar to what big tobacco has done?
Facebook's own research about Instagram contains quotes from kids saying, I feel bad when I use Instagram, but I also feel like I can't stop, right? I know that the more time I spend on this, the worse I feel, but like I just can't, like that they want the next click, they want the next like, the dopamine, you know, the little hits all the time. And I feel a lot of pain for those kids, right? Like they say they fear being ostracized if they step away from the platform. So imagine you're in this situation, you're in this relationship where every time you open the app, it makes you feel worse, but you also fear isolation if you don't. I think there's a huge opportunity here to make social media that makes kids feel good, not feel bad, and that we have an obligation to our youth to make sure that they're safe online.
Thank you. Senator Young?
Jen, thank you for your compelling testimony. In that testimony, you discuss how Facebook generates self-harm and self-hate, especially among vulnerable groups like teenage girls. I happen to be a father of 4 kids, 3 daughters, 2 of whom are teenagers, and as you just alluded to, most adults, myself included, have never been a teenager during the age of Facebook, Instagram, and these other social media platforms. And therefore, I think it can be really hard for many of us to fully appreciate the impact that certain posts may have including, I would add, on a teen's mental health. So can you discuss the short and long-term consequences of body image issues on these platforms, please?
The patterns that children establish in their teenage years live with them for the rest of their lives. The way they conceptualize who they are, how they conceptualize how they interact with other people, are patterns and habits that they will take with them as they become adults, as they themselves raise children. I'm very scared about the upcoming generation because when you and I interact in person and I say something mean to you and I see you wince or I see you cry, that makes me less likely to do it the next time, right? That's a feedback cycle. Online kids don't get those cues and they learn to be incredibly cruel to each other and they normalize it. And I'm scared of what will their lives look like where they grow up with the idea that it's okay to be treated badly by people who allegedly care about them. That's a scary future.
Very scary future. And I see some evidence of that as to so many parents on a regular basis. Are there other specific issues of significant consequence that the general public may not be fully aware of that are impacting vulnerable groups that you just like to elevate during this data as to so many parents on a regular basis? Are there other specific issues of significant consequence that the general public may not be fully aware of that are impacting vulnerable groups that you just like to elevate during this testimony?
One of the things that's hard for people who don't look at the data of social networks every day is of harms or just of usage. That there are these things called power laws. It means that a small number of users are extremely intensely engaged on any given topic, and most people are just lightly engaged. When you look at things like misinformation, Facebook knows that the people who are exposed to the most misinformation are people who are recently widowed, divorced, moved to a new city, are isolated in some other way. When I worked on civic misinformation, we discussed the idea of the misinformation burden, like the idea that when people are exposed to ideas that are not true over and over again, it erodes their ability to connect with the community at large because they no longer adhere to facts that are consensus reality. The fact that Facebook knows that its most vulnerable users, people who were recently widowed, like that they're isolated, that the systems that are meant to keep them safe, like demoting misinformation, stop working when people look at 2,000 posts a day, right? And it breaks my heart, the idea that these rabbit holes would suck people down and then make it hard to connect with others.
So Ms. Haugen, I desperately want to, which is the American impulse, I want to solve this problem. And I very much believe that Congress not only has a role, but has a responsibility to figure this out. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I would value your opinion, though, as to whether you believe that breaking up Facebook would solve any of the problems that you've discussed today. Do you think it would?
So as an algorithmic specialist, so this is someone who designs algorithmic experiences, I'm actually against the breaking up of Facebook because even looking inside of just Facebook itself, so not even Facebook and Instagram, you see the problems of engagement-based ranking repeat themselves. So the problems here are about the design of algorithms of AI and the idea that AI is not intelligent. And if you break up Instagram and Facebook from each other, it's likely, so I used to work on Pinterest. And a thing that we faced from a business model perspective was that advertisers didn't want to learn multiple advertising platforms. That they wanted to learn, they got one platform for Instagram and Facebook and whatever, and learning a second one for Pinterest, Pinterest made radically fewer dollars per user. And what I'm scared of is right now, Facebook is the internet for lots of the world. If you go to Africa, the internet is Facebook. If you split Facebook and Instagram apart, it's likely that most advertising dollars will go to Instagram, and Facebook will continue to be this Frankenstein that is altering, that is endangering lives around the world, only now there won't be money to fund it. And so I think oversight and finding collaborative solutions with Congress is going to be key, because these systems are going to continue to exist and be dangerous even if broken up.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Ms.
Senator
Haugen.
Young. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a text that was just put up by Facebook's spokesperson, Andy
delightful.
Stone. It says, just pointing out the fact that Frances Haugen did not work on child safety or Instagram or research these issues and has no direct knowledge of the topic from her work at Facebook. So I will simply say this to Mr. Stone. If Facebook wants to discuss their targeting of children, if they want to discuss their practices of privacy invasion or violations of the Children Online Privacy Act, I am extending to you an invitation to step forward, be sworn in, and testify before this committee. We would be pleased to hear from you and welcome your testimony. One quick question for you. What's the biggest threat to Facebook's existence? Is it greed? Is it regulators? Is it becoming extinct or obsolete for teenage users? What is the biggest threat to their existence?
I think the fact that Facebook is driven so much by metrics, and that these lead to a very heavy emphasis on short-termism, that every little individual decision may seem like it helps with growth, but if it makes it a more and more toxic platform that people don't actually enjoy, like when they passed meaningful social interactions back in 2018, Facebook's own research said that users said it made it less meaningful, right? I think this aggregated set of short-term decisions endangers Facebook's future. Okay. But sometimes we need to pull it away from business as usual, help it write new rules if we want it to be successful in the future.
So they can't see the forest for the trees.
Yes, yes.
Twitch is going to be king. It
And
already is.
I know Senator
It's gonna be
Klobuchar is waiting,
the
so
one
I'll
to
yield
rule
my
them all.
time back, and I thank you.
It's going to be
Thanks,
the one
Senator
to
Blackburn.
rule them all, dude, because they're
Thank you very
putting
much,
all
and
these
thank you
safeguards
to
into
both of you
place
for your
first.
leadership. And all three of us are on the Judiciary Committee, so we're also working on a host of other
Except for the
issues,
hot tub
including
streaming.
the App Store issues, which is unrelated to Facebook, actually, including issues relating to dominant platforms when they promote their own content or engage in exclusionary conduct, which I know is not our topic today. I see the thumbs up from you, Ms. Haugen, which I appreciate. And I think this idea of establishing some rules of the road for these tech platforms goes beyond the kid protection that we so dearly need to do. And I just want to make sure you agree with me
Yes,
on that.
Totally. I was shocked when I saw the New York Times story a couple of weeks ago about Facebook using its own platform to promote positive news about itself. I was like, wow. I knew you shaped our reality. I wasn't aware it was that much.
Right, and that's a lot of the work that we're doing over there. So I want to get to something Senator Young was talking about, misinformation. And Senator Lujan and I have put together an exception, actually, to the 230 immunity when it comes to vaccine misinformation in the middle of a public health crisis. Last week, YouTube announced it was swiftly banning all anti-vaccine misinformation. And I've long called on Facebook to take similar steps. They've taken some steps. But do you think they can remove this content? And do they put sufficient resources? We know the effect of this. We know that over half the people that haven't gotten the vaccines, it's because of something that they've seen on social media. I know the guy who walked into a cafe and said his mother-in-law wouldn't get a vaccine because she thought a microchip would be planted in her arm. Could you, which is false.
She's not vaccinated, but
Could, in case it gets put on social media.
She probably has to
Could
be to be in
you
there.
talk about, are there enough resources to stop this from happening?
I do not believe Facebook, as currently structured, has the capability to stop vaccine misinformation because they're overly reliant on artificial intelligence systems that they themselves say will likely never get more than 10 to 20% of content.
There you go.
Well,
And yet it's a company that the cap over $1 trillion, one of the world's biggest companies that we've ever known. And that's what really bothers me. Here, Senator Lujan and I also have pointed out
the issue with content moderators. Does Facebook have enough content moderations for content in Spanish and other languages besides English?
One of the things that was disclosed, we have documentation that shows how much operational investment there was by different languages, and it showed a consistent pattern of underinvestment in languages that are not English. I am deeply concerned about Facebook's ability to operate in a safe way in languages beyond maybe the top 20 in the world.
Okay, thank you. We go back to eating disorders. Today you said that you have documents indicating Facebook is doing studies on kids under 13, even though technically no kids under 13 are permitted on the platform. The potential for eating disorder content to be shown to these children raises serious concerns. Senator Blumenthal's been working on this. I've long been focused on this eating disorder issue, given the mortality rates. Are you aware of studies Facebook has conducted about whether kids under 13 on the platform are nudged towards content related to eating disorders or unhealthy diet practices? CNN also did investigation on this front.
I have not seen specific studies regarding eating disorders in under the age of 13, but I have seen research that indicates that they are aware that teenagers coach tweens who are on the platform to not reveal too much, to not post too often, and that they have categorized that as a myth that you can't be authentic on the platform, and that the marketing team should try to advertise to teenagers to stop coaching tweens that way. I believe we've shared that document with Congress already.
Exactly. Well, thank you, and we'll be looking more. Speaking of the research issue, Facebook has tried to downplay the internal research that was done, saying it was unreliable. It seems to me that they're trying to mislead us there. The research was extensive, surveying hundreds of thousands of people traveling around the world to interview users. In your view, are the internal researchers at Facebook who examine how users are affected by the platform, is their work thorough? Are they experienced? Is it fair for Facebook to throw them under the bus?
Facebook has one of the top-ranked research programs in the tech industry. Like, they've invested more in it than I believe any other social media platform. And some of the biggest heroes inside the company are the researchers, because they are boldly asking real questions and being willing to say awkward truths. The fact that Facebook is throwing them under the bus, I think, is unacceptable. And I just want the researchers to know that I stand with them and that I see them.
Or maybe we should say, as the name of one book, The Ugly Truth.
Yeah.
What about Facebook blocking researchers at NYU from accessing the platform? Does that concern you? These are outside researchers.
I am deeply concerned. So for context, for those who are not familiar with this research, there are researchers at NYU who, because Facebook does not publish enough data on political advertisements or how they are distributed, these are advertisements that influence our democracy and how it operates. They created a plugin that allowed people to opt in, to volunteer, to help collect this data collectively, and Facebook lashed out at them and even banned some of their individual accounts. The fact that Facebook is so scared of even basic transparency that it goes out of its way to block researchers who are asking awkward questions shows you the need for congressional oversight and why we need to do federal research and federal regulations on this.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Markey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your incredible leadership on this issue. As early as 2012, Facebook has wanted to allow children under the age of 12
I missed the
to
donor
use its
earlier.
platform. At that time, in 2012, I wrote a letter to Facebook asking questions about what data it planned to collect
Tiger, you
and
still here?
whether the company intended to serve targeted ads at children. Now, here we are 9 years later, debating the very same issues. Today, Ms. Haugen, you've made it abundantly clear why Facebook wants to bring more children onto the platform. It's to hook them early, just like cigarettes, so that they become lifelong users, so Facebook's profits increase. Yet we should also ask why in the last 9 years has the company not launched Facebook for Kids or Instagram for Kids? After all, from the testimony here today, Facebook appears to act without regard to any moral code. or any conscience, or instead puts profit above people, profit above all else. The reason why Facebook hasn't officially permitted kids 12 and under to use its platform is because the Child Online Privacy Protection Act of 1998 that I'm the author of exists, because there is a privacy law on the books which I authored that gives the Federal Trade Commission regulatory power to stop websites and social media companies from invading the privacy of our children 12 and under. That's why we need to expand the Child Online Privacy Protection Act. That's why we need to pass the KIDS Act that Senator Blumenthal and I have introduced, and why we need an Algorithmic Justice Act to pass, because the absence of regulation leads to harming teens, stoking division, damaging our democracy. That's what you've told us today. So, Ms. Haugen, I want you to come back to the protections that you are calling on us to enact. This isn't complicated. We're going to be told online all day with these paid Facebook people, oh, Congress can't act. They're not experts. It's too complicated for Congress. Just get out of the way. You're not experts. Well, this isn't complicated. Facebook and its big tech lobbyists are blocking my bills to protect kids because it would cost them money. That's how complicated it is. So let's start with the KIDS Act that Senator Blumenthal and I that would ban influencer marketing to kids. Today's popular influencers peddle products while they flaunt their lavish lifestyles to young users. Can you explain how allowing influencer marketing to teens and children makes Facebook more money?
The business model that provides a great deal of the content on Instagram is one where people produce content for free. They put it on Instagram for free, no one's charged for it. But many of those content creators have sponsorships from brands or from other affiliate programs. Facebook needs those content creators to continue to make content so that we will view content and in the process view more ads. Facebook provides tools to support influencers who do influencer marketing because it gives them the supply of content that allows them to keep people on the platform, viewing more ads, making more money for them.
Yeah, so I am actually the author of the 1990 Children's Television Act. What does that do? Well, it says to all the television networks in America, stop preying upon children. Dude, stop using all of your power in order to try to get young children in our country hooked on the products that are going to be sold. We had to pass a law that banned television stations from doing this. That's why I knew that after my law passed in 1996 to break up the monopolies of the telecommunications industry and allow in the Googles and the Facebooks and all the other companies, you name it, that we would need a child privacy protection there because everyone would just move over to that new venue. It was pretty obvious. And of course, the industry said, no way we're going to have privacy laws for adults. And they blocked me from putting that on the books in 1996. But at least for children, I got up to age 12. That's all I could get out of the industry. But we also know that as time has moved on, they've become even more sophisticated so that the KIDS Act is necessary to stop children and teen apps from being features such as likes and follower counts that quantify popularity. Ms. Haugen, can you explain how allowing these features that create an online popularity contest makes Facebook more money?
Just to make sure, so I am only familiar with issues regarding teens from the research I have read of Facebook's. So I want to put that caveat in there. The research I have seen with regard to quantifiable popularity is that as long as comments are allowed, so this is not a quantitative thing, this is just comments, as long as comments are still on posts on Instagram, just taking likes off Instagram doesn't fix the social comparison problem. That, teenage girls are smart. They see that Sally is prettier than them. Her pictures are really good. She gets tons of comments. They don't get very many comments. right? And so I do think we need larger interventions than just removing quantitative measures. Facebook has a product that is very attractive. The reason why they have the study of problematic use is because it is kind of addictive. And those kinds of things, like having lots of little feedback loops, keeps kids engaged. And like I mentioned earlier, part of why Facebook switched over to meaningful social interactions was it found that if you got more likes, more comments, more reshares, you produced more content. And so having those systems of little rewards makes people produce more content, which means we view more content and we view more ads, which makes them more money.
Okay, and the Kids Act that Senator Blumenthal and I are advocating for also prohibits amplification of dangerous and violent content to children and teens. Can you explain how algorithms pushing that dangerous content makes Facebook more money?
I don't think Facebook ever set out to intentionally promote divisive, extreme, polarizing content. I do think, though, that they are aware of the side effects of the choices they have made around amplification, and they know that algorithmic-based ranking, so engagement-based ranking, keeps you on their sites longer. You have longer sessions, you show up more often, and that makes them more money.
So do you believe we have to ban all features that quantify popularity as a starting point in legislation?
As I covered before, the internal research I've seen is that removing things like likes alone, if you don't remove things like comments, doesn't have a huge impact on social comparison. So I do believe we need to have a more integrated solution for these issues.
Okay. Should we ban targeted advertisements to children?
I strongly encourage banning targeted advertisements to children. And we need to have oversight in terms of, I think the algorithms will likely still learn the interests of kids and match ads to those kids, even if the advertiser can't articulate, I want to target on this interest.
Right. How much money does Facebook make from targeting children?
I don't know what fraction of their revenue comes from children.
Okay, so ultimately, children are not commodities.
Because they lie about their age.
They've always been given, historically, special protections. That's what the Children's Television Act of 1990 is all about. They've always been given this special safety zone so that children can grow up without being preyed upon by marketers. When I was a boy, and the salesman would knock on the front door, my mother would just say, "Tell him I'm not home. That man is not getting into our living room." Well, I would say to my mother, "But you are home." "Not to him," she would say. Well, we need to give parents the ability just to say, no one's home for you and your company and your attempts to prey upon children, to get into our living room. That's our moment in history. We have to make sure that we respond to the challenge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Markey, and my thanks to Senator Markey for his leadership over many years on protecting children.
Bro, you think he knows about Omegle?
Was a champion in the House of Representatives before coming here, well before I was in the United States Senate, but around the time I was elected Attorney General, I've been very pleased and
is that the little kid from the Andy Griffith show?
Legislation now going forward.
I'm not even
join
playing.
him in thanking you. I have just a few concluding questions, and I seem to be the last one left standing here. So the good news is I don't think we'll have others. But as you may know, you do know, my office created an Instagram user identified as a 13-year-old.
Did he grow up and become a politician?
Girl.
He'd be about this old, wouldn't he?
Easily identifiable accounts on weight loss, dieting, eating disorders, and she was deluged, literally, within a day of content pushed to her by algorithms that, in effect, promoted
that's Ron Howard.
Self-injury and eating disorders. Are you surprised by that fact?
I'm not surprised by that fact. Facebook has internal research where they have done even more gentle versions of that experiment, where they have started from things like interest in healthy recipes, so not even extreme dieting. And because of the nature of engagement-based ranking and amplification of interests, that imaginary user was pushed, or that real account was pushed towards extreme dieting and pro-anorexia content very rapidly.
And that's the algorithm.
That's the algorithm.
That algorithm could be changed.
The algorithm definitely could be changed. I have firsthand experience from having worked at Pinterest. Pinterest used to be an application that was heavily based just on you follow certain people's pins, and those are put into your feed. And over time, it grew to be much, much more heavily based on recommendations, that the algorithm would figure out, what are you interested in? You can have wonderful experiences that are based on human interactions. So these are human scale technologies, not computers choosing what we focus on.
So the average parent listening here, worried about their daughter or son being deluged with these kinds of content, would want that kind of algorithm changed, I would think, and would welcome the oversight that you're recommending.
I believe parents deserve more options and more choices, and today they don't know even what they could be asking for.
I just received by text, literally about 15 minutes ago, a message from someone in Connecticut, and I'm going to read it to you. It's from a dad. I'm in tears right now watching your interaction with Frances Haugen. My 15-year-old daughter loved her body at 14, was on Instagram constantly, and maybe posting too much. Suddenly she started hating her body dysmorphia, now anorexia, and was in deep, deep trouble before we found treatment. I fear she'll never be the same. I'm brokenhearted. I think people tend to lose sight of the real world impact here. And I think that's the reason that you're here. I'd just like to invite you, if you have any words to those other employees at big tech, the workers who may be troubled by the misconduct or unethical conduct that they see, what you would tell them.
We live in a pattern that we have seen throughout time with regard to technologies is that humans are very crafty people. Like we find interesting solutions, but we often get out over our skis, right? We develop things that are of a larger scale than we really know how to handle. And what we have done in the past is when we see this happen, we take a step back and we find institutions and we find frameworks for doing these things in a safe way. We live in a moment where whistleblowers are very important because these technological systems are walled off. They are very complicated. They're things that you need to be a specialist to really understand the consequences of. And the fact that we've been having the exact same kinds of false choice discussions about what to do about Facebook, is it about privacy or oversight? Is it about censorship or safety? Like the fact that we're being asked these false choices is just an illustration of what happens when the real solutions are hidden inside of companies. We need more tech employees to come forward through legitimate channels like the SEC or Congress to make sure that the public has the information they need in order to have technologies be human-centric, not computer-centric.
Thank you. On that note, we'll conclude. Thank you for an extraordinary testimony. I think that anybody watching would be impressed and much better informed. And you've done America a real public service, I think.
Thank you.
The record will remain open for 2 weeks. Any senators who want to submit questions for the record should do so by October 19th. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
The thing is, this needs to happen as a segue to them going after sites like Omegle too, because Omegle parents can't keep their kids off of. If their kid has a phone, they can get on Omegle. They don't need to have an app, and you won't. They can delete their history, so you can't even see they were there. Go incognito or some shit on their browser. So I don't even know, dude. You'd have to take complete internet off of your kid's phone, and then they would be picked on just for that, dude. Like, what? Your parents don't have your internet? The fuck? You go to church 3 times a week too? I don't know, dude. You're just like the weirdo kid. I mean, yeah, you could do that to your kid, but then that's opening up a whole nother can of worms. Oh man, it's tricky, dude. And they do. They need to do. We need to hold these fucking internet providers of these the software, whatever, these apps. We need to hold them accountable, dude, because the parents can't hold. Like, what the fuck, man? We got pedos out here. We got kids. They're loving Omegle. They do it every night, like literally every night. We saw them doing it on their school bus, man. We saw them in class on Omegle, flipping through dicks, dude. Just like, like what? We saw it, dude. I saw it live. We were here. It was like we were on like Omegle, like 24-hour Omegle stream once almost, and then we did it for a few days after that. And man, you see some shit on there. It shouldn't be allowed. And this, we have to go after sites like this first before they're gonna even consider a site like Omegle. Even though Omegle is American based on the East Coast, it's probably the worst. It's probably the worst white internet, not dark web, but light web, whatever site around. Actually, I don't know of a worse one. Do you know of a worse site than Omegle? Let's know. Actually, well, fuck it. What is it? I'm not going to it, but I know there's like gore.com and stuff that shows death, but that's different. That's different, man. Everybody dies. It sucks, but yeah, you could scar somebody too if they see some of that shit too young. So yeah, there should be more probably in place for that kind of stuff too. But Omegle gives pedos like this avenue, and not only doing weird creepy shit and looking at kids while they do it, but some of the kids on there are asking for it, dude, and it's getting weird. It's getting some biblical type shit, you know what I mean? Like the heathens and the craziness, like it's there, dude. We're letting it happen. We're letting it happen because that company exists in America. It's here. It's not Russian roulette. That's in Russia. It's here. We're fucking allowing that company to keep doing it. And it actually says in the small print, 13 years and older allowed to be there with parents' permission. And you just click the little box, boop. So it's like, I'm 13. It's like, whoa, okay, you get your parents' permission on it, right? It's like, there's no fucking way. And you got Hyphonics that capitalizes off of it. He doesn't let the people know what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? He is actually making it worse because he's funneling fucking YouTube people onto Omegle because they're not seeing all the dicks. They're not seeing all the fucking creeps, the weird shit, the bestiality, the people acting like they're killing themselves and shit. That's happening every night on there. And he's not showing that. He's showing the cute side. He's got the little cover up while the crap's on there. And then when he gets somebody he can talk to, he takes it off and talks to them for a second. Everybody thinks it's all fun and games. But no, it's not. He's funneling kids onto Omegle from YouTube on a nightly fucking basis. And he's allowed to keep doing that shit as well. It's all fucked. All that's fucked, dude. That entire, if you didn't know about that, then you need to look into it because it's so fucked that it's happening every night. He's making bank off of it. And it's not that I'm jealous of what he's making off of it. I'm just pissed that he's allowed to do that. And so much other shit's cut off. Freedom of speech is cut off. But he's allowed to funnel children on to Omegle, not showing the dark side of it, not showing what's really on there, what they're really going to see. Is penises after penises. And I'm not laughing about this, dude. Or a baby being molested, or a dog being fucked, actually. Or someone acting like they're about to kill themselves. Or maybe there's somebody about to kill somebody else and they flip it really fast. They do that all night on there, dude. Every now and then you'll bump into somebody that's just like you and me. It's like trying to see what's going on there. Or the kids that are on there trying to get someone to show their penis, which was really weird. Multiple times. Show me your penis. Like, whoa, what the fuck? Gotta go, bleep. You know what I mean? but there are pedos on there like, all right. Anyway, it's all bad on that site, dudes. But he's funneling people on there, all and making money while doing it on YouTube, at least every other night. He's got 300,000 views on a video he made a month ago. It's 300,000. Maybe 20% of those are children. Probably. I'm thinking at least. So that's just one video, bro. And they're worried about Instagram and Facebook, but they have to be worried about this because this is the one everybody knows about. They don't know about the dark little secret Omegle. But once they do this, maybe I'm gonna contact this dude. I'm gonna contact somebody and ask him if he knows about Omegle because I'm passionate about this shit. I almost flew out there when I saw what I saw, dude. I almost like I broke down when I saw that baby being molested, dude. That's just straight. It was like, peek. What the fuck did I just see, dude? I couldn't even believe my eyes, man. It did. Like I was in shock for like 10 minutes or something, and then I was able to process it. It was, and then I found out that other kids had seen babies be molested on Omegle. Babies, like 2-year-olds, they had seen it. I was talking to kids. They were like, "Yeah, we saw that too. We didn't know." Like, and some kids were laughing about it. After they said they had seen it. I live streamed all this back then, dude. It was crazy. Actually, they thought I was crazy. They thought I was a pedo because I was asking about it. If they had seen a baby be molested on there, yeah. Because I wanted to scare them off of there instead of Hyphonics, which is trying to make it seem all cutesy and get them on there. He's making it worse, dude. Scare them the fuck off there. Get them out of there. They don't need to be on there, man. But I don't know, it just got too weird. I'm seeing all that crap all the time. Nights on end. I don't know how he does it. Without seeing a shrink. Y'all don't. One in the chat if you know what I'm talking about and how he does it. He tricks them too. He'll put 2 of them up at the same time and have them talking to each other. It's super clever, but like, what do you like? I know you're allowed to do it, but that, you know what I mean? He's only allowed to do it because our laws on this shit hasn't changed in so long because we didn't have this. He is fucking with kids' heads on there by having them talk to each other and then putting like a screen up and jump scaring them and freaking them out all of a sudden. I mean, yeah, it's funny and all, but you don't really know what you're doing when you're doing this shit to kids. You don't need, and their parents don't actually know they're on there. And it's hard for parents to, your kid could be spending the night at someone else's house and their friend has it for the night. I've seen that on there, dude. Like they're just hanging out on the bed together, like 2 little, like 6-year-olds. Seriously, on Omegle, looking at the phone like this, you see them both like, eh. It's like, what the, it's countless. There's countless kids on there. I'm not just saying a couple. It's ridiculous. Kids use it more than anybody. Kids, then pedos, then regular people. That's the order. No one cares though. Like, most people don't care at all about it. Even the parents don't care, dude. I don't get that at all. Parents don't care about that. Your kids aren't going to tell you that they're using this site. They know it's naughty. Because all the damn penises constantly just dudes would be like, they'll just be stating, I got the, hold on, you want me to, I'm bringing up an Omegle stream since we're talking about some weird. I'm gonna bring up one of the old Omegle streams, or I could just play fucking my reaction to the Omegle people. Actually, what the Golden Coin did, that's pretty much the same thing without having to play any of it. Hold up, dude, I'm just playing that because that's quick and Golden Coin did it. And what the fuck? There's, you guys probably don't know what the hell's going on though, but whatever. This is me on Omegle. I don't look like I'm on Omegle probably. It's not gonna let you know anything about it probably, but this is a segue.
Welcome Welcome to the show. This is the DoeShow, and you were on it. Well, hello there. How are you tonight? Let's get busy. Who's ready for some fun? I did my hair. I did my hair for him. Oh yeah, I got it. Look at that shit. That's so gotten that I don't even. Fuck yeah, man. Hell yeah, I got so much hair. I don't know what to do with it. Baby, pass me a soda. Yeah, give me that. Oh yeah, that's better. That shit's hot. That shit's so hot. Feel a mullet action. Shit, yeah. This is how I roll. Reminds me of when I was a different person. Yeah, that was great. Those were great times. I hate myself. Let's go. Who's ready? Man, we gonna meet a bitch tonight. I tell you, bitch, I'm coming for you. Take my pants off. Okay, let's go. Come on, bitch. Let's go. Let's get it. Oh, coming. Coming. No. That's a little too close. There you go. That's better. Thanks. Where are they at?
I forgot I was going to say I was going to take my pants off. Sorry, man.
I'm not admitting to nothing.
It's because I was acting like I was a regular old megler. They have to take their pants off first.
Now people are calling me. I'm famous.
What are you even doing?
Dusty's never gonna know what I was doing. Where was his hands at? I just started shaking. I just started rocking.
Because that's what most people were doing. I was trying to show the people.
This is why to get on it for some cock rock. You better have your cock in your hand, boy. Hey kid, what's up? How you doing today?
Pretty good.
This isn't ASMR. This is fucking, you're listening to me, an old man talk with a raspy fucking voice. How do you like it? Huh? How do you like it? This is what you wanted, ain't it? No, we're good. We're good. That's even better than it was before. Golden. Let's go, baby. Your time right's over. Get out of the corner. Go have some fun with the other kid. Play some ball. Play with your balls. That's what they do on here. Let's look at some. Check me out, John Doe 1980. I'll give you the link right now. And you can look at yourself. Look at me. Look at you. Look at me. Look at you. Look at you. Look at me. Look at you. I'm a role model. I'm a daddy.
Right? Like so it's good.
I'm a sweet boy. I'm a sweet boy. Yeah. I'm a good sweet boy. I'm a sweet boy. Fucking sweet. Boys. So sweet. I'm a sweet boy. I'm so sweet. Damn. I'm so sweet. Let's go. so sweet.
Surprisingly. What's up, buddy?
Holy shit, are you related to Vexed?
Who?
You're hammerheading right now. You're hammerheading me right now.
I don't know who you're on about, mate.
Hammerheading the fuck out of me right now, homie.
I don't know what that means.
Oh my god. It's one. That dude's thick, boys. We got us a thick one. You work out on a daily, don't you? You could cut that off and eat that if you had to.
Oh, hey, whoa, bro, I like your hair.
I'm a sweet boy.
Sweet boy?
I'm a sweet boy.
What?
I'm a sweet boy.
Is your hair real?
Bruh. Let's get it. Ooh, nice hiss. Ooh, that's sounding amazing. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? No, they can't be bitches. They gotta be. Nah, you gotta call them nice words. Nice words, Johnny. Are you a sweet boy? I'm a sweet boy.
I'm a good boy.
You're a boy? You're not a boy, are you? You're a boy? But you're a girl.
I'm a trap.
Are you really?
I have a vagina.
That's what I thought. What do you mean you're a trap? Oh, because you can pull off a good dude is what you're saying? Oh, you're an opposite trap. I never even thought about that. Holy shit. Yeah. That's better. That's way better. Hey, big boy. Is it me you're looking for? No, no. What's up, baby? Oh, shit. I'm beating it. Hey, you like sweet boys? You look like a pretty sweet boy yourself. Are you sweet? Bitch. Yeah, I see you rocking. I see you rocking, baby. Oh, yeah. You sweet motherfucker. Bitch. This is what we got, boys. Does that make you want a beer? It's pretty. Tastes good. Yo, 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 yo. Ow, baby, baby. Ooh, shimmy, shimmy, shake. Shimmy, shimmy, shake. Hey, do it again. Smite thee. Yes. I'm a fucking internet celebrity.
Pouty on, Garth. Pouty on, Wade.
Bruh. Now you ready for the dirty shit? Huh? Punk! You haven't seen Omegle yet. You haven't seen the dark side. I'll find it. Might take me a second, but I'll find it. It's in there. I'm not going on. We're not going real time, Omegle. Don't get it twisted right now. I ain't about to go down like that, bro. We got. Boom. What we got back here? Oh shit. Is that all of them? No,
Hell no, I got 42 of them. I did 42 Omegle streams. Where'd they go? What is happening? Oh, they're right here. And damn, son. Alright, that's like a lot of Omegle streams I did, dude. Woo. Brian Hart's the dark side. Where would the dark side have been? Probably. We probably would have seen. Wait. Where the heck was this dude at? This guy would have been in this stream probably. She was in the previous stream before this one. Oh, it's privatized. Dang it. Alright, let me, that means something happened. Probably. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take that one down. Cable reimagined. What is that? I can skim through it real fast to see if he was in it. A lot of them I couldn't bring the thing down for. I would do it more risky than Omega or than Hyponics does it though. Like, what is this guy doing on there?
With that, oh, I thought you were first. I had to look.
What's this weirdo doing on there? I don't know. It wasn't weird enough. Oh, this is one of the ads that they have on there. They would always have these ads that was trying to funnel people to others, like another site that was for porn, and kids could easily go to those too off of those ads. So they were like constant, but they were put up by other Omeglers. Trippy. I'll see if I remember any of these people. I wish I could have brought the thing down more. Like, what's up with it? Oh, this dude I was tripping out on for some reason. I don't know. He's in the closet. I don't know why I privatized it. This couple's, who is this? Who is this? Kind of weird. Why are they in bed on a Omegle? But whatever. We'll let it slide. This might not have been a trippy night. I wasn't actually on very long. It's kind of weird. Doesn't seem to have been much on that night. Weird. It also has to do with what time of day it was. If it wasn't the correct time of day, then there wouldn't be as much weird stuff on there. I know because I did that 24 hours in a row of it and saw the difference between night and day. Damn, where would this dude have come from? Oh wait, I didn't have the date on the stuff yet. Oh, maybe he's from this one actually, and that's how I chose him as a thumbnail. Let me see. I can't tell. This dude was actually just masturbating the entire time and doing like really other weird stuff, like playing with the titties and giving me a thumbs up and stuff. He was super stoked on it, but he was actually there looking for kids. Those are these dudes probably.
Small peanut.
Nobody can see what they're showing.
I went in quick on this one. Hold on.
Get some non-penis up in here.
Oh, we getting copyrighted. Turn off. Music off.
This man penis. I don't want penis. I don't want the next one. So I'm gonna give you guys everything, and I'm just gonna shut it down. Remember it's down. I'm gonna remember it's down. I'm gonna hit F2. Good. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here! You're hacking me.
Everything it flips, and
I'm here typing too much.
You won't get to see it if it's a penis though, because I will hit F2.
Yeah, lick them lips.
You look horrible.
I look horrible. How do you think you look, dude? You're like third world country living and shit.
You look like Johnny Sins.
You look. You just said I look horrible.
You look like Johnny Sins.
So does Johnny Sins look horrible? What are you doing?
No, he's.
Nobody can see what you're showing. It's just a blurry mess of nothing, dude. You get out of your fucking. Get a better phone and maybe we can see what the fuck you're trying to show us, dude. I know you're trying to show pussy or something, but it looks like a garbled mess of watercolor. You dumbass.
But you have.
Fuck
but
you.
You have not. Fuck you.
You fucker.
Oh, motherfucker.
You try to fuck me, I fuck you.
I will fuck my.
You fuck each other. I can tell.
I will put a tire inside your fucking ass.
A tire?
Do you know the tire of truck?
You're gonna put a truck tire on my ass. That's a first.
Yeah, inside your. It's like a burning sensation. You will get inside your fucking ass.
A fucking truck tire. Holy shit! How you gonna stretch my ass out that much? God damn! What kind of truck?
Look like a truck tire.
What's your dick size, bro?
My dick size is pretty big, dude. I'm tall. I got that fat cock. What are you doing? It's actually about the girth, dude.
This is enough for you.
That's not enough for me, dude. That's a baby penis. That's a fucking miniaturized penis.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying the truck tire is most important for you because you can take it inside your ass.
I cannot take a whole truck tire, dude. You see, you're going from this to truck tire. Do you see the problem?
You are Johnny Sins. You can do anything.
What do you do with your spare time?
I swear, it is a lockdown time, so we don't have time to spend. So we are spending our time here, you motherfucker.
Why the fuck does he look so mad? What's your problem? Are you broke?
We are looking bad.
You're broke because
you
you're.
look like alien.
I am an
your face
alien.
Look like alien.
I'm actually.
Yeah, your face look like everywhere. And see the size of the dick, just like your microphone. You have to look.
Respect
like
your alien elders, bitch.
You are taking a dick.
We could vaporize your ass right now. You realize that, right?
See. Hey, dude, take this dick inside your mouth.
Hey, this fucking microphone costs more than your entire wardrobe.
Your microphone is look like a dildo. You can take it inside your mouth.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's not funny though. They made Jaws. The movie fucking Jaws was made with this microphone. This microphone is badass.
It look perfect. It looks perfect in your hand. You can take it inside your motherfucker.
I bet.
You can do like
I bet that this microphone would pay for a half of year of your rent.
I know it's hard for me, but for you, it's not enough. You can. That's why I'm saying that you can take the tire off.
Guy doesn't get it. You should get a DSLR and use it as a webcam. Yeah, I probably should.
Have you used lipstick? Hey, you are using lipstick. Are you
Lipstick?
Gay? Are you using?
You wish I had lipstick on, dude. You're like fucking horny for white men, dude. Why are you both touching your face right now in the same spot? Yeah. Ooh, he's wearing lipstick. Oh. You'll see me suck something, don't you?
You see, you are not a man. You don't have beard at all.
I don't have beard at all. You haven't even seen me, man. Fucker, I turn into Grizzly Adams when I don't shave. You fucking think you know me. You think you look at some of my Oh, I'm sorry. You don't know I'm live streaming this right now. You can't tell that I have a beard. You don't know that my people know that I got a beard. You're fucking a wannabe beard having motherfucker.
You have beard below your dick. And I also know that. Do you have your dick?
What?
Do you have your dick? Or you keep on doing with this microphone as a dick?
Yeah.
I think you put this dick inside your small peanut.
I put it in my peanut. Yes, I have peanuts.
Yeah, your peanut.
Why do you keep rubbing?
Like
Get your fucking hand off your face. It's Corona season, bitch.
Then why are you talking and spending your time, wasting your time?
It's Corona season and he keeps touching his face.
Man.
I don't like it. Put some gloves on.
Your finger look like a. What I say? That's like a finger of crocodile.
I can see you visualizing my finger up your asshole right now.
Yeah, I am visualizing your
Yeah, I can visualize my dick over your mouth.
Exactly. See?
You can put
I know.
you can put the dick inside your mouth. Sorry, that finger inside your mouth.
Yes, I could. I can do that. So
Yeah,
is this what you do with everybody that you get on here with? You just fucking talk shit about buttholes and shit?
Just fucking spending our time like this.
Is this what everyone in India is doing? You fucking loser.
No.
So I'm here to talk to people, have an actual conversation. You're here to talk shit. You're a fucking loser.
You Western people, open your dick and showing your dick.
There you go again. See, I'm actually having a conversation. You're just fucking dick, asshole, fingers. And do you even know English? This guy knows all the English over here to your right, isn't it?
Take your dick outside and show the other people.
Your left. My bad. Your left. I'm in. Shut the fuck up. Why don't you talk some? Is he the idiot in the relationship?
You look like alien. You look like an alien idiot.
You're definitely the idiot. He's the fucking alpha male. He puts his dick in your ass. You're the bottom. He's the power top. Facts.
Who's the part of?
You're the fucking weak bitch bottom. He's the power top. Called it.
The part of.
Yeah, you're a bitch. He's a alpha.
Inside your ass. You want to take my part of inside your ass?
What? See, this guy he has like a one-track mind. All he wants is to get something up his ass or in somebody's ass.
Hey,
You're vulgar, dude.
Come on, chill. We are just making fun, bro.
You're not making fun. See?
Are you taking wine?
I'm taking wine.
Anyway, we can't see what you're trying to show, dude. I'm out of here. You're trying to get me in trouble. You keep trying to show me porn, dude. Assholes. Hey, what's up, eyeball head?
What is up?
What's the deal with your eyeball?
How you like my eyeball?
I don't know. How'd you do it? Got a green screen?
Maybe.
Yeah, I got one of those.
It's a good one. Green screen. It's a first start.
What's that mean? It's a first start.
Yeah.
It's a fresh start.
You're doing that thing. Fresh. Yeah. Something like that.
What are you doing right now? It's kind of weird.
Drink tea and talking to random people.
Are you streaming?
What are you doing? I'm not streaming. Are you streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, are you famous?
I'm working on it. I'm the biggest nobody you've ever heard of.
Okay. Are you?
I saw a dick earlier.
Tweet or YouTube, Facebook?
Yeah, YouTube. Because YouTube are the only ones that I can stream a dick to every now and then and get away with it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. So, here's the thing. Are you using
okay, first we got to get this fucking shit out of the way first. Where are you at, dude? What accent is this? It's thick as fuck. I got to know it. I like it. I like it.
Well, how you like it?
Yeah, I like it.
I'm not from USA, that's for sure.
So, see, I've traveled to Romania. So I've been to Eastern Europe,
Romania?
and I lived in Austria
Romania.
for a little while.
I know one nice word in Romano.
What's that?
Pizda.
Can't remember that one. What is it?
I can't remember that one.
What is it? It's not a nice word, is it?
It's something like that. It's the pula mia vreau pizda.
You know a whole sentence in Romanian.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
I know.
Are you Romanian?
It's Romania.
Are you?
No, I'm not Romanian.
He's taking too long to tell me what the fuck he is, man. Shithead.
Okay. Let's go. Let's get back in it.
Wait, did I just leave it?
Because it's too old. It doesn't like it.
I don't know.
Fucking, what's his name was here though, homie? We had Akatsuki gang in the house. What was that?
Huh.
654.
Funny. The site's free. Yeah.
He's always on a telestream. What am I doing? This guy's watching me beating his shit. God dang it.
Hello? Can I see your pee-pee?
See?
Why?
See?
Why do you want to see? Like, how many PPs have you seen tonight? Why do you even have to ask?
No,
You think they just come up automatically?
I think we've seen about 4.
So why do you have to ask then?
I don't know.
I'm not using e-tags. Why are you bored? Wait, dude, the people on here that want to show you their PPs are like, they probably got fucking STDs or something, man.
Probably.
Why the fuck else would they be on here beating it? Weirdos. Seriously, man. Hey, stop wanting to see people's penises, actually, because that's going to make them want to do it even more. Because some of them do it for you guys. Feel me? Don't be a pedo bait. Don't be the pedo bait, please.
Alright.
See the difference in what fucking Hyphonics is doing? Hyphonics is sending kids onto that site to encourage pedos to come onto the site, dude. And they can't do anything about finding these assholes because they can use burner phones and just throw them away if they want to. That is exactly what I was, and there was more than just those kids that asked. It's weird, man. There's a bunch of weirdness on this site, dude.
What's up, kid?
That was a little girl. You see how quickly they switch it, though? I mean, yeah, they might be. I don't know what the fuck they're looking for. There's no telling. She could be just looking and only switching when she gets to another little young girl or something, or a little boy to talk to, which is also kind of crazy. But she's definitely going to see penises, even no matter how quickly she's flipping, because she's going to check to see if that's what she wants to talk to. So she's going to see. Oftentimes, it'll just be some dude. Full-on body shot of him beating it, so he knows that a little kid saw him, and that gets him off, dude. They'll edge until they see a little kid, dude. That is such a a thing on here. It has to have just gotten worse, dude, since then.
Yeah, I'm not using any tags. I'm tag free right now, Jungle. Is that Juki? How did you find my stream? Who are you? I got a new person in chat. Ayo! That's awesome. Get new people. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking me out.
Jessica.
Real talk. What's up, Chad? Damn. See, they've gotten wise to it. They sit really low on the screen now, so you got to keep the cover super low to get their face. Should I put the wig on so they stop more? People think I'm hotter with the wig and glasses. Then they want to fuck me.
True, though.
I've seen it. People want to fuck me sometimes. What's up, dude? Muscly. What do you... Hey, you missed it. Man, that guy I just talked to, he was looking fine. What's up, face? Oh, yeah. Abs, baby.
What's your
What's up? God damn, these guys are creepy looking. Dark glasses on.
Well, boys are good for what?
What is this? Hey, bud. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah. Show it to me. What's up, T-Hob?
What, man?
Hey.
अपना टाइम आएगा.
Do you smoke weed?
अपना टाइम आएगा.
Do you smoke the ganja?
Yes.
Ew.
Like this.
Oh, what does that mean? Am I doing something?
Yes. Now it's the right.
Ah, I smoke the big ones.
Play some music for me.
What kind of music? I don't know. What kind of music do you want? What's up, Pops?
Hello.
What's up, girl? Hey, what kind of Kool-Aid you drinking?
Drinking this.
Oh shit, what is that? Water? That's some cloudy water. I'm gonna get that looked
No.
Is it
Gin and elderflower.
what? Elderflower? What are you in Narnia? She's drinking a witch's brew. What the fuck, man? Ew.
Ow! El novio de Danny. That was hot.
What country are you in? Portugal?
No, we're in Houston, H-Town.
Bullshit, you got a weird flag in the background.
Don't disrespect my country, little boy.
What flag was that? Hey, I know you.
I would do that too because that, like that old dude, like what's he doing on there? And I would try to let them make them think that I recognized them or something before they flipped it, so that they would think that maybe someone in public was going to see them and it keeps them off. Maybe. I don't know, dude. I know you.
Because they can record 1086 frames. 7D Marvin T. Oh, I hear an echo. What's wrong with that?
The hell?
Oh, Post Malone? What's going on? Can't hear you.
Hear me? This guy turns his music off. I'm not trying to get double copyright on it.
Myself.
He's actually. Oh, he's actually just gonna keep that playing the entire time. Why would people do this?
Doing. Why can't I hear the music but not you? Okay, you're just fucking goofy. Fucking guy was goofy. Hey.
Oh, what's up?
Well, at least you're not goofy. Not yet.
What is this?
What is it?
Show.
What the fuck, man? You got a big ass brick wall. Are you outside? Are you homeless? What's going on?
No, I'm in my house.
You're outside.
You gotta keep living,
You're sleeping
man.
outside. I see the pillow behind you.
Bro, this is my room.
Dude, I was about to fucking be like, hell yeah, homeless people are on a Omegle now. The fucking world's ended. Oh, dude. We gotta get the homeless on Omegle. We gotta get the word out. I'm gonna make pamphlets and take them to Skid Row, actually.
Crackheads on Omegle.
There are?
We gotta get crackheads.
We need more crackheads.
We need crackheads.
We need all crackheads on Omegle because that would be content overload.
That would be.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Skid Row sometime this week and hand out pamphlets, Omegle pamphlets.
Yeah.
I'm gonna print it up, it'll FedEx, laminated in case they get them wet. You know, I don't want them to last in case they drop them everywhere.
Yeah.
They're gonna be everywhere in Skid Row. This motherfucker is gonna be packed with degenerates before I'm done with it.
Definitely, yeah. We need.
It's actually a good idea.
We need cokeheads. That's about it. And then Omegle's full. So
You're stoned right now, I can tell.
I'm stoned. I'm high as fuck, bro.
What you smoking on?
Huh?
What kind of weed you smoking on, man?
Lights.
Northern
Solid.
Lights. Nice. Okay.
Northern Lights, man.
It's like sativa though. Right?
Yeah, it is.
You think? All I got's right this. Is it? I'm out of
I
fucking
don't
weed,
drink.
bro. You don't drink? It's good. It kills you. It kills your brain cells, see?
Yeah, it does.
So, are you looking, what are you doing here, man?
I'm bored as fuck, bro. It's like 2:15 in the morning.
But you got a pink hat on.
Yeah, cause I got my quarantine card, bro. I
What?
can't let the bitches see my hair.
know what I'm
You're
saying?
looking for a man. Come on.
I'm
Looking for a
man.
man.
Nah, bro.
Oh. But you got the pink hat on Omegle. Pink hat on Omegle is like the universal sign for I'm looking for the man.
Nah, bro.
Everybody knows
No
that.
hair on the
Dude, you acting like I'm not a rookie here.
Are you sure, though?
I've seen some shit on here, man.
This is like my second time here on this thing.
Oh, well, you don't know? Okay, you don't know about the pink hat then. Yeah. That's it.
First time I was here, I was like 13 years old.
What?
So, yeah.
The first time you were on here, you were 13, you said?
Yeah.
So did that scar you?
Yeah, bro, definitely. Yeah, I saw some dicks. I saw a lot of shit.
Dicks ain't too bad. What was the worst thing you saw when you were that age? Do you remember?
Probably a naked man taking off.
That's pretty bad, but anyway.
Yeah.
I've seen some fucked up, dude. You on here? I've spent like 24 hours straight on here before and live streamed it, and you don't want to do that, dude. You start seeing shit you don't think exists. Actually, it's out there and it's here. You don't want to see it. People acting like they're killing themselves and shit to try to like make a YouTube video. That's happened to me. I've seen I've seen a baby being molested on here. I'm not really proud of that one. That's like I don't even like telling people about it because it's like, yeah, it's just so weird, you know? Yeah, it was. It fucked me up for a while, dude. Actually, like it was.
I wouldn't come back on here after that. Like,
I live stream. I live stream it on here, so it's like something I do for. I was live streaming that. I always live stream it from on here, so. Yeah, it's
how many viewers you got on there?
I don't know. How many viewers are here right now, guys? Probably one. What's up, Rizzo? I'm sorry. Did I say hi, dude? What's up, Golden? Sorry, guys. Probably like
cool.
one or two, man. Couple.
Is this what you do?
Yeah. It was my free time. The coronavirus, man. Everybody's streaming now, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I've been doing it for like a year. What do you do?
Cool. I study, bro.
So this isn't really affecting you. You got Zoom classes out the ass or what?
No, I got Microsoft Teams.
Right. So it's like Zoom. It's better. They can't hack into them, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I go to class like 1 hour a day because we got just lectures, college lectures, and then I'm done after that.
What's your major?
Hospitality management, so hotel management and shit like that.
Are you in India?
No, I'm in South Africa.
South Africa hospitality, like, so you're like gonna be working in the tourist industry in South Africa?
Yeah, something like that. I don't really know, cause like if I want a hotel, I don't want to live here in South Africa, right?
Oh,
cause all that's fucked up, bro.
It's dangerous.
It's fucked up. No, not dangerous, but there's no hope for tourism there. But if I want something along the lines of like a game park or safari park or something,
y'all got that there?
Yeah, we got too many, bro.
Safari parks, I'm sure, but theme parks? Are there a lot of theme parks in Africa?
No, I said game parks. But theme parks, yeah, we do have theme parks.
You have theme parks with like roller coasters and stuff in Africa.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that, dude.
What the fuck? No, we don't love it with lions and tigers out here, bro.
Well, I just like I never heard of like a Disneyland Africa.
No, it's not like as
Or
big
Six
as
Flags.
Disneyland and shit like that. But we do have smaller theme parks.
But with roller coasters and rides and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's one Gold Reef City. It's a casino and a theme park.
You have fairs that travel with the rides to travel to different cities like we do? Okay.
Okay, yeah, we do actually once a month, but it's small things. It's not really big.
Like for kids, probably.
Yeah.
I've never been to Africa, man. That's a long ways from the States.
Yeah, my brother's there in the States now. He lives in Sacramento because he was born there.
Have you been?
Yeah, I have when I was younger.
So then you're gonna move to the States then, maybe? Because he could probably get
No.
you here somehow, right?
Yeah, he could, but I don't want to be honest.
What? You'd rather live in Africa?
Bro, like, the thing is, I'm Muslim, right?
Yeah.
So there's this thing, like, I just don't want to go through all that stuff. people really have to go through. You know what I mean?
Oh, like how American looks down on Muslims, you think? Like that?
Yeah, not like America. Like I know it's not everyone, but there is quite a lot of people.
In
And like I don't
comparison.
know if you
Okay.
agree with me or not, but Trump, I really don't want to be there when Trump is president because being a Muslim and like originally being from Pakistan, that shirt, it's just like me walking in. They would be like, "Hey, this dude probably has a bomb on him or something." You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like,
I don't. I do.
like just in the airport, like just in the airport. Like if I'm gonna show up with a Pakistani passport, being a Muslim, you can see where that is going.
I mean, they're gonna think that you're more suspect than me. Of course.
Yeah,
It's gonna
definitely.
be, but it's not gonna be like I'll give you an example. Like I flew a couple years ago, and there was this Middle Eastern guy in Middle Eastern garb, the traditional dress with a
Yeah,
beard and like everything. And I
yeah,
wouldn't have thought anything of him, really. It'd have been like whatever. And this is at
yeah.
LAX here,
Like,
but he
I'm not
stank.
saying it's all of
He
you.
was really stinky, dude. I
Yeah,
mean, he was so stinky that people were separating themselves from him in the line and making a gap in between him and me because they didn't want to smell him. It was that bad. And
yeah.
it anyway, like, so as long as you don't stink, I think you're good, dude.
No, but like I know it's not everyone, but I also know that I would be at higher risk of being, suspicious or in a suspicious list. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
but
I have a sister who lives in Canada,
it would only
right?
be like why
And
you come through though. It'd only be like why you're coming through the first time. They'd be a little bit kind of like suspect of you, and it'd be a little
yeah,
bit
but
harder to
then
get that
like
visa.
shit I've seen in the movies and all that. I know movies unreal, right? But you see, like when I was young. But now, even though I don't sound like I'm Pakistani or whatever, the thing is, like, let's say I tell someone, yeah, you're from Pakistan, a white person, anyone, like a supremacist, right? And then they're gonna be like, no, this person, we shouldn't be friends with him or whatever like that. Because my brother actually did tell me that there's kids in his school who don't want to be friends with him because he's from Pakistan. Understand what I'm saying? Like, even though I wouldn't have to go to school.
Man, that dude, but that even happens to white people here. Like if they're in the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, but like this,
I get that
I'm
you don't want
coming
to
from
feel
a
that though.
completely different country. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm coming from a completely different place.
So
Yeah, they're
yeah,
probably
you
gonna tell me, get the fuck out of here or something. You know what I mean? Because like I have a sister who lives in Canada, right? And she told me like the first few weeks she was there, she was sitting in a coffee shop, right? I think it was Tim Hortons, I'm not sure. But she was talking to this old guy who was just like, telling her, yeah, Muslims are so bad and this and this and this. And like, that whole time he said to me, I'm Muslim. You know what I mean? Like, obviously she didn't say anything like, yo, I'm a Muslim, whatever. But she was just like, yeah, okay. So racism is real. You know what I mean? Like, you're in
no,
South Africa.
I have no idea what you're saying. You're starting to break up a little bit. It's getting like muffled or something. I think, dude, Omega fucks with connections the longer people talk to each other. I've noticed that, and the connection gets worse and worse
Yeah, cool.
every time.
Alright, but I'm gonna go sleep, bro. It's like 2:30 in the morning.
All right, man.
Nice talking to you, bro.
You too, man. Later.
Yeah.
You're live on YouTube. Fuck, I forgot to tell him. Hey, there, see that? Hey, Joe. Hey, thanks, Namie, for the compliment. Hey, man, anytime you do a stream or something, Joe, if you're in the Discord, you'll get a streaming roll as soon as you go live. And that was you. What? Hold on.
And you can post in the self-promotion
Who the
channel
fuck was
too.
you? There's no fucking way that was you, dude.
But you have to verify.
I'm not even using a tag. You're not gonna just accidentally bump into me. There's 43,000 people on here right now.
43,000 people were currently on Omegle at that time. Ain't that crazy? So many people. That was a poppin' night for sure. I'm not sure what kind of numbers they pull in nightly. Good. Somebody's daughter.
Oh.
nipple.
Show me your nipple. Show me your nipple. I'm just playing. Shit, you're supposed to be a dude. I'm just playing.
I know. Sorry.
What's going on here? You got the lighting? Is this a strip club? I don't hear the music. Come on now. Hey, wait. Are you actually wearing clothing? All I see is your hair covering up where you're. All right. Damn. Well, now I'm gonna skip you. So what are you doing here? Are you looking for the penis? Why are you typing all of a sudden? Because you got to type yes. I'm looking for the penis. What? What? The audio is bad. Yeah, it is bad. Why is that? What do you have, a fucking industrial sized fan in there?
Yes.
What? No, really?
Yeah.
Are you? Why, you got a grow room?
Yeah.
Let me see it.
Let me see it.
Yeah.
You could be a call. You could be like my please.
What? Show me your grow room. Why? Move the camera. Look it over there. I can tell it's really loud over there. Is someone sanding the table? Police are watching. What do you mean? The police are watching. Are you... What are you smoking? Just don't pick that pipe back up, okay? No one's watching. I'm watching. I see a lighter in your hand. You definitely been smoking on something. Be careful. Why? Why are you gonna flip me off? I'm being nice. Bro, I try to be nice to you. The police might actually watch it. I'm streaming this on YouTube.
I knew it! I knew it! What's your YouTube?
It's John Doe 1980 without an H. I know it's a weird name. Whatever.
John Doe 1918.
1980 because I'm old.
How old?
40. Yeah, I'm the oldest guy on Omega right now.
No, you're not.
I know. You ran into him too? Like, you ran into that white-haired dude beating off earlier too? That was hilarious. Yes. Hell yeah.
I actually did.
I did too. I wonder if it's the same guy.
Thanks for being nice.
Did you find me?
No.
Why not? I'm serious. Look, I'm typing it for you.
What if she ever get by?
My people want your Instagram, probably.
You want to try my Instagram?
What?
You want my Instagram?
No, they probably do. Wait, are you old enough for me to have your... How old are you?
18.
I'm old enough to have your Instagram. All right. Not that I'd do anything with it. It's something people might. There you go, people. Check her out. Hopefully you get 2 followers out of it at least.
Yeah, there she is. Hit her up.
Seriously.
Her second chance at getting people
But
from the
I can
DoeShow.
tell that you want to move on now that you know I'm 40, but that's okay. I'm probably old enough to be your dad. Actually, I am. Have a good one. Oh, that's 50? Oh, shit, I'm still good then. Hell yeah.
Really good.
I'm young. I'm a young buck.
Just about.
But is that really a grow room that we hear?
No.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you have a cow wall. That's a very loud cow wall. Nice. I liked it. Are you in the attic, though? They got you in the attic.
No. There's a bathroom. No, wait. That's the door. And that's the bathroom. En suite.
You're in Sweden?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. Oh, God dang it. I haven't been to Sweden. I've been to Switzerland.
Sweden?
That's close, though.
No, I'm from London.
You're in London. I haven't been there either.
Yeah.
Dang it. That's cool, though. Dude, she's in London, guys. I have some London watchers, actually. They'd probably be hitting you up, maybe. Yeah, actually, I do. I have a couple. They live in Britain, Scotland, London, one of the two. That's close.
Scotland.
It's right around the corner, though, ain't it?
No, like
It's like 200 miles.
500 miles.
That's shit. That's nothing, man. That's halfway up to the state of California.
I didn't use miles. I mean kilometers.
Well, they use miles in wait. They use miles in. I thought they use miles in England.
Well, we do miles per hour, but like I wouldn't measure anything in miles.
Well, what the fuck is your problem? Everybody else does. All the cool people do.
Okay, I guess I'm just not cool then.
You're trying to be like all them Indian folk that are infiltrating your country. Aren't you?
I'm
It's
actually
okay.
Pakistani.
If you can't beat them, join them. What?
I'm Pakistani.
Pakistani. There you go. See? That's why you're using the kilometers. I figured it out without figuring it out. It makes sense, though, because your family uses the metric system.
Yeah, everyone in the UK does.
No, they don't. Where do you think? Where do you think America got the mile system from?
Okay, maybe for miles, but for everything else.
No, because we got pints and quarts. Y'all do that shit too. That's from UK.
No.
Yes, it is ounces. UK.
No,
Pounds. Pounds. You call your money a pound. What do you mean?
No, but we use grams, kilograms.
No, you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
we do.
You do. You do. The rest of the country doesn't. You're the weirdo.
No,
Dude.
we use the whole of
Remember
Europe.
the fucking Mayflower.
The whole of Europe uses.
Europe is not England.
Which is grams and kilograms.
England is different. You live there and you don't even know this? Hold up. What the fuck? Hey.
We don't use cups. We don't use ounces.
Yes, you do. You're supposed to because you're English.
No, English people use grams, kilograms.
Well, they used to use it. When the Mayflower happened, they used it, and then they fucking reneged on that shit like some bitches. They should have stuck with it like America.
Trust me on this.
It is confusing as fuck, though. I get it, dude. The ounces and cups and shit. Metric system's so much better.
It is. I know.
But you're supposed to be using the other system there since you're in there, England. Same.
I'm right. You're wrong. It's okay.
You're a girl. You get away with more shit.
Except, historically, is that true?
You're the second female I've talked to. Historically, probably not. Historically, you get slaughtered.
Yeah.
Just recently, they let you live. Burn her at the stake! Ah! That was like 200 years ago, wasn't it? Huh?
I'm only half witch.
You're half witch. Nice. Nice. Do you do black or white magic, though?
I'm a racist. So.
A what?
I'm not racist.
A racist? So you
Yeah, you asked if I did black or white.
so you only do white magic?
No, I do both.
Well, you're not very racist then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not racist.
You're a racist.
I'm not racist.
You're saying I'm a racist, and you're saying I'm not a racist. Which is it?
I'm not racist.
You're a racist. Okay.
I'm racist, yeah.
You're racist. Against what? Against who?
I'm not racist. I keep saying I'm not.
Okay, I'm hearing that you're racist. I'm sorry.
No. Racist.
But what are you saying then? You're racist, but you're not racist.
I'm not racist.
What would you say before that? Oh, so you do both black and white. I got you.
Yes.
Now that makes sense.
Jesus.
I'm slow, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I'm American.
I know. I'm so sorry for you.
Well, I mean, it's pretty cool. We have the most coronavirus cases. We're fucking record breakers.
You're always number one.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What are they saying over there about us? About that? Are they cool with it? Are they like, America knows how to do it?
I think the whole Trump thing.
Y'all are still pissed about that? Everybody's
No,
still upset about Trump being our
About
president?
him being president.
He's a good president now.
Did you see? Have you seen his talks on the coronavirus?
He's a weirdo. But we got Pence.
Me and my family, we tune in for like comedic watching. and then we watch and we laugh.
Yeah. Well, he's getting off on it. He just likes the attention, I think. But Pence is our real president.
Yeah, that's even worse.
Well, I mean, I don't know. At least he's well spoken.
True, but I think he's more of a psycho.
Why?
Because he's so much more anti-gay and he's like conversion therapy.
Oh, is he against gay marriage and shit? I didn't know.
Yeah, he's extremely.
I've never cared about it enough to know who's for it or against it.
I am a politics student, so it's kind of my job to know, but still, you still know.
Politics student. So you're going to be a senator?
Prime Minister and Member of Parliament.
You're going to try to be a... What the fuck? You're on a Omegle. You're already fucked. I'm sorry, but this is being live streamed. Yeah, I told you that. How are you going to get in Parliament?
I'm joking.
Okay, good. Because you were probably actually fucked. People were going to make sure of it.
Well, let them.
So you're not a political major.
I am.
So what do you plan on doing with that then? I mean...
No idea.
It's a very odd major, I must say. Unless you have a... Like, unless you did student government in high school and you were like...
No.
You didn't?
Just opens up, I love doors.
Love what?
I went to uni for fun, really.
You're going to university for fun. Are you having fun with it? You're weird. Who the fuck likes homework? Do you really like it? That's weird. Are you a virgin? You're a virgin.
No.
I mean, I'm not talking shit on that. Don't think I'm talking shit on that. If you are, that's badass, man. I'm like fucking all for it, bro.
I know. I like university experience.
Virgin forever. What? You like university because I get that it's fun to learn, but homework is bullshit. It sucks. Always sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
Homework makes me want to drop out now, and I haven't even started college yet. Just thinking about it.
Same.
You probably have homework right now that you need to be doing instead of being on Omegle.
I've done it all.
Are you doing Zoom classes?
Kinda. I don't really go.
Anyway. Well, the drink's done. Now what?
What are you drinking?
Scotch.
Jesus, you are old.
I am old. What does that mean? Sean Connery.
I had the scotch. Oh, nice.
Yes. So, did you get a follower? Maybe you got one follower.
Yes. Oh my god, 19,000.
You have 19,000 followers?
No, but 1,500.
That's pretty a lot, though. What I have.
Well, not really, thanks. I don't want to value people by their followers.
You're a female. Do you have art or something? What do you do? Should I be looking at this thing?
No. No, it's just selfies.
Okay, well, never mind. The youngsters like that shit.
So, well, it's nice speaking to you.
It's nice talking to you, too. I can tell you're uncomfortable now, so let's end this. Okay. Y'all, go blow her shit up. Tell her you love her. No, I didn't stop playing. Yes, I did. Why would I keep playing Blackout, dude? Tech. The only reason I have to play Blackout is if there's like a bigger streamer that's willing to host me and play with me, gargle my nutsack.
Oh, dude. I don't know why I say the things I say, even afterwards.
Need some gargling up in here. Hey, who followed this actually? Because I didn't even look at it. I want to know who followed it. Talk to me, little bitches.
Who followed it? Did anybody go right now and check it out?
Oh, y'all gonna make me just pause up on it then if you're gonna be like this, dude. I ain't even gonna go to the next person.
Oh,
you didn't go look? No one went to look even? Why, because she's 18? She's in Sweden, dude. That's pretty hot.
Yeah, she's actually what?
She's got that Sweden money.
She might be 19 or 20. 19 or 20. Because this is 2020.
Like, oh, you like going to school? Gross. Oh my god, Rizzle, your controller's broken. What are we doing? I'm out of weed. What do I do, dude? Let's get a song on. Let's get an intermission song. What should we put? Request a song, Rizzle. Exclamation SR that shit. Get some water. Gotta play my own damn music. Go. Hey. Oh my god, a female. I could tell she was too young, man. The fuck? Dance. Is this a fucking dance off or something? Go.
Bro, why are you so fucking ugly? Come on, yo. I'm standing.
Dude, he's got eyebrows enough for both of you. Shut the fuck up.
Nigga, look at you, bro. You look like you about to sneeze at you.
Motherfucker, take your wig off.
Nigga, shut your bitch.
Oh, y'all yelling now. I can't understand shit.
Bro, mom, bring that shit. Ugly ass bitch, you ain't got no eyebrows.
What? Dude, I got too much eyebrow. Are you blind? Assholes. Fucking asshole motherfuckers, dude. They don't even conversate. Just talk shit. Screaming at you. Oh, baby.
Another beater. Another beater. He was sweaty.
Oily. What the fuck are people doing with their lives?
Whoa.
Yeah. I didn't see anything, thank God.
You couldn't see anything, but you could tell that was a dude beating it.
I think.
I had to check to make sure there wasn't something there.
Oh, that was weird. You didn't see shit.
Isn't it crazy, E.T.? Like, why does this guy get his shirt off?
Hi. Oh shit, I lost my cover. Oh fuck. Alright, I gotta stop. No, it's good.
I would freak out when that happened because, like, if the cover wasn't there, anything could pop up. I didn't have any control. I was just like, I just messed up and moved everything on accident. Hey, 10,000 dough. Anybody can tell me what movie? Wait. 1,000 dough. How much 1,000 dough? 5,000 dough. No, 10,000 dough. Right?
God damn it, dude. Man. Anyway.
You know what?
I don't know if I'm cut out for this shit, dude. What? It's fucking weird, man.
I just saw something. I don't know, I just saw something. No, I'm not going back on Omegle, dude.
What the fuck, man?
I don't remember this.
It's like not even nighttime yet. They're fucking. The girl was like 12 or some shit. She was like not even in high school. It was.
I don't know what it was, dude. It wasn't just a girl sitting there, though.
Yeah, I'm just imagining myself being that girl's dad or something, man. It's like, what the fuck?
Did it flash on screen at all? Whatever it was?
I don't even know, man. That's the first time I ran across that, actually. I mean, it makes sense that it's happening.
I don't remember. I wish I could. Hopefully I explain it. Oh. Just froze. Dude, I can't believe I can't. Like, I have no idea what this was. I blacked it out, apparently. I wish I would explain it, though, because nothing popped up on the screen. Dang. Because I had the delay, and I hit the button, whatever it was probably someone getting molested. But it was a different one than the 2-year-old, because this was after.
Simon helps everything. Oh, Simon. It's a good boy. Really is an awesome cat. People come, people go, man.
Oh, I must have blacked it out, dude. I don't even remember it anymore. Unless I say what it was, I'm not gonna remember it. Oops. I try not to think about it though, so I don't know if I'm gonna say.
I just ordered something. Gotta make sure I keep the wallet near me.
Dude, I have no idea, man. But it was bad. I actually took a long break down. That's why I don't know how Hyphonics has the ability just to keep going the way he does, man.
I went and ordered some Rizzle. God dang it, where were you?
Dang, I even stopped for a little while. Maybe I explained it right before I got off.
I'm never gonna
Oh, music, bro.
Oh, I gotta sign in first.
Bummer.
The guy right here.
I just got off, apparently. Damn, I got off for the rest of the day. Hey, there's Blackbird. That's that stream where I was donating to Blackbird because all the money, all the donor money was supposedly going to go to him. I didn't even do we watch every now and then. Now there's Blade, there's fucking the geezer dude. First I was donating to his stream, and then I started donating to the other stream. Shit. Back in the day. We got back on Omegle. Trippy. Look, dude, not only have they just newly added those demographic settings, but they're highlighting it at the top of the screen for the content creators. It says, go to creator demographics. They are farming for our demographics, dude. The people are dumb enough to give them to them. Hey, I gotta piss, man. I haven't pissed in a long time because I've been trying to just keep with the content and stay here, making sure nothing pops on the stream. But I gotta fucking piss, dude. Ooh. That's weird. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing. I looked at Facebook, I looked at YouTube. Thought about doing more Omegle, but I don't know. It's kind of depressing, actually. Because people don't care. People don't seem to care still to this day, and that's over a year later. No, people care more about Instagram and Facebook doing damage to kids when I think Omegle's doing way more damage because it's desensitizing them to pedo behavior. It's almost even making them okay with it. Some of them, I would say, to where they're saying, "Show us your penis." Like that shit, they think it's funny, dude. They think it's funny, even. People don't even care. They change the channel. They stop watching the stream. They're like, oh yeah, this is stupid. This is stupid. Who cares? The pedos are out there, the kids, whatever. They have ways of tracking these kids down, dude. If they're not taking the proper precautions, they could find out up to a couple miles where they live. They have that capability. It's damn near impossible for you. They could find out more, like if they, depending on what they ask the kid, what the kid talks about. But with back tracing or with the software that they can use, they can get up to the nearest node. I know for sure, like their cable node or some shit. I forget what it was called. I had a kid do it to me. I had adults do it to me, but like a month later, I had a kid do it to me. Within like 30 seconds, he had my location as being Long Beach. And he could have gotten more. I don't know how far in he got, but he needs time. The more time you give him, it's real, like the movies. Like, I need more time, I need more time. That's real. And then, like, the longer they're talked to, they might be able to get closer and closer to where they actually live. And then that kid might end up missing, dude. Who knows, dude? It's the capability that's dangerous. So, and they're completely anonymous the whole time. The child trafficking, if they really cared about that, they'd care about Omegle. I've seen people looking like they're selling kids on there. An adult with kids, with just the kids on camera, but then they saw that I wasn't one to be one that liked that, they switched it for the kid. You saw an adult hand come on screen and switch it to the next person. What's to stop them from just saying, hey, how much you want buy? You look like you want buy? You know what I mean? Something like that. I don't know, dude. I don't know what's happening on there. Actually, because the people that could tell that you're not down with what they're doing would skip. That's not on Facebook. That kind of crazy shit's not on Facebook or Instagram. No one's even looking at Omegle. No one's even, it's just festering. It's getting worse. It has to be getting worse, dude. Because more and more people are finding out about it through Hyphonics' stream and whoever else restreams it, showing only the niceties and the cutesy people and the funny shit on there. But it's really, like, it's just gross, dude. It's a gross environment for a kid to be. For him to funnel people to it makes him gross, dude. He's capitalizing off that shit. And at the same time, making it so more people go to it so he can further capitalize off of it. And YouTube lets it slide. You know, there's a TOS, Terms of Service, says you cannot show children being put in danger on YouTube. If you don't think children are in danger on Omegle, what internet platform are they in danger on? It's actually the most dangerous website I know of for kids. Because it desensitizes them to things that could, in the future, cause them to do to kids. Because if you're 13 years old and you think it's normal to be an adult masturbating to kids, well, it plants that fucking weirdo seed in them, dude. Possibly scarring them, turning them into that person, man. And that's what these pedos, when I started feeling like that, they were trying to grow other pedos or something. Because it happened to them when they were a kid. I wanted to ask them, is that why you're here? Is that why you're here doing this to these little kids? Because it was done to you when you were a little kid? Is it perpetuating it, man? Kids got to get off of there. They're growing pedos on Omegle. They might not be instantly because they're still kids, you know what I mean? They might not be instantly. But who are we to say that that doesn't change them for future? Because it happened to them. I hear that so many times. People that are into pedophilia were molested when they were younger. That's like more times than not, that's the case. Well, they're getting mentally molested. It's like, you know what I mean? They go on there, that they get it's all cute because someone like iPhonics told them about it, or they saw it on there, and they get on there, and all of a sudden, blam, they're seeing stuff they weren't expecting they were going to be seeing. Mentally molested. They didn't expect that. They didn't want that. But now they're getting desensitized to it, and it becomes like a, I don't know, it might even get a rush out of it, seeing the crazy shit on there, thinking you can't see that anywhere else. Mom and Dad would never let me see this crazy stuff. Oh my gosh, did they even know about it? My parents don't know about it. Oh, that's even cooler. You know how that is, man. Parents need to know about this site, because the more parents that know about it, the less kids will think it's cool. But it's a double-edged sword. The more people that know about it right now, the quicker it grows. So like putting a billboard up and being like, hey, Omegle is for pedos, would just be like a sign saying, hey, pedos, go to Omegle. So, you know what I mean? And they would. As soon as they learned about it, they'd love it. How do you beat them? You got to get rid of them. At least get them out of the country, I think. Children on any platform are in danger. Well, I mean, I mean, to the extent that they're in danger on Omegle, though, I don't know. What? Yeah, that sounds silly, Golden Coin. I don't know, that's silly. I don't think that's scarring any kid. I don't think that's scarring a kid, you eating their fucking candy in front of them, dude. They'll be alright. It's a little different. It's seeing a grown man have sex with a 12-year-old on accident. Or baby. When you're 12. I think that can change someone dramatically. Alter their life. Just seeing that. At that age. The Jimmy Kimmel thing? Not so much. Who cares? It's candy, dude. Fuck, sounds like hilarious. I'm gonna do it to my kid if I have one. R.I.P. Jimmy. That's hilarious. What'd they do? They freak out. Did you ever give it back to him? I forgot I could put this in the background every now and then if I need to. It actually starts on a song I've downloaded. Trippy. Artlist actually has a live stream now on YouTube. I can just put it up and I know that I have the copyright to all of it. Pretty nice. So I got a mix that I can always put on. They have 3 different channels. This is the chill channel. Damn, is Bitcoin gonna just keep pumping or what now? Is now the time to short it? Exploiting children's emotions for profits? I mean, dude, who cares, man? Fucking Candid Camera did the same shit a long time ago. I don't give a fuck about that. Who cares? They exploit all our emotions for profits. It's hilarious. It's fucking real. It's emotion. It's not fake reality TV bullshit. It's actual reality TV. If you see someone's real emotions on something rather than a script. So I appreciate that shit. I'm not trying to squash that by any means. I'm trying to squash kids being exposed to fucking pedos, dude. The fuck about that? You don't even have kids, Golden. What do you care about fucking kids being exploited because of money? Get it. To be dead children? Why? Who cares? Why not? Why not? Why not, dude? Candid Camera did it to children. Candid Camera did it to everybody. No one was safe. No one's... Fuck, man. As long as you don't go too far. You know what I'm saying? As long as you as soon as a kid like starts freaking out, you know, you don't... I don't care about that. If that's the case, you definitely need to go after hyponics. He's jump scaring people and shit. Trying to freak them out, thinking there's ghosts in their computer and shit. You're an idiot, Golden. Sometimes you fucking are just stupid. Who gives a fuck about any platform? I don't give a fuck about the other platforms. Just do what the fuck they're doing, because they're not doing what Omegle's doing. Except Russian Roulette. Fuck them too. Fuck, man. Oh, fuck, dude. These other platforms, they need to go after Omegle first, and then start dealing with the other bullshit. A little baby bullshit. Yeah, but you're saying that to water down Omegle, and that pisses me off. You're saying what you're saying to water down what's going on. I'm like, well, any platform for that matter. No, not any platform, dude. Not like that. They can't, because they can't be that anonymous. There's not that many users that are on there to be anonymous with. You can't do the same on any platform. You're just a moron, dude. And you probably go at Omegle. You're probably an Omegaler. I'd be willing to bet Golden Coin's an Omegaler for life. He's been going on since he was 13. Been showing and seeing the penises since day one. Omegle's the only one that really matters at this point. Parents know about Facebook, dude. The kids aren't going on Facebook to get fucked up like they are on Omegle. More kids are going on Omegle than people realize. Because oftentimes I wouldn't even see their face because they would skip me so fast that all you would see is that gray screen, dude. They would see my picture first and insta-skip. It's the ones the parents don't know about that are the most dangerous. Especially since they can't track their usage of it at all. All they have to do is delete that link, that previous history, like parents are going through browser history anyway. And we saw them on their cell phones in school, on school buses. In the middle of class, they had Omegle open, dude. One dude's doing it, there's a bunch of other people doing it, because this shit's international. But it's based here in America. At least make them move. There had to be missing kids cases that could be tracked back to Omegle by now. There have to be. After it being around for this long, there has to be somebody who's met a kid on Omegle and then got more information about them enough to where they were able to find them and take them. It has to have happened by now. If it hasn't, I don't see how that's possible, actually. Some kids are naive, dude. And some people are straight evil. Oh, dude. It facilitates craziness. Nobody cares about it. They care about Instagram and Facebook, though. It's a popularity contest, so they're not popular enough. It's only the unpopular ones that are carrying probably, right now. They want them to do away with it because they're not popular on there. Yeah, burn it to the ground. I only have 10 followers anyway. There's so many people that are like that, so it's getting a following. There's so many people who would rather see it burned to the ground because they can't pop off, so to speak, on those platforms. But Omegle doesn't have that. Omegle doesn't have a popularity contest. It doesn't have a backing like that. People that are mad that they can't make it at it. People that'll stand up for it being dissolved. Well, something I wanted to mention earlier when they were talking about how Africa is Facebook. She said that, like, that's how they communicate there. Facebook in Africa. Those were her words. Africa is Facebook. And we were just looking at the IQ of Africa. They have the lowest IQ. They're not, I'm not saying Africa is a country, but I'm saying the countries in Africa, there are more countries in Africa on the lower spectrum of the IQ than any other continent. It's interesting because I brought up before yesterday that they were targeting the low IQ communities, and I wonder if who's the second in that. Like, Africa is Facebook, who is the second person that's Facebook, or is almost Facebook, you know, the whole country, or the whole continent, because of the IQ of the people. Like, there are probably countries that are the same, that they market to. And here's the thing, children also have lower IQs. I mean, at a certain age, though, they're trying to push to that age. And that's like 1 to 10, like 5 to 10 or whatever. They're trying to get those. That's why they're doing studies on them. They have the IQ probably of Africans, of a lot of African countries. Like, the average IQ in Ghana is 73. In Afghanistan, it's like 84, 86. 73 is mentally retarded if you look it up, actually, on the scale. So that's around that's a really young kid. You know, I mean, that would be considered, if an adult had a 5-year-old's intellect or IQ, that would be considered someone who's mentally retarded, probably. So they've already been practicing at marketing towards lower IQ people, aka children, by marketing to Africa as much as they have, because they use it there as a means of communication. So they've been fine-tuning this algorithm for kids for a while. That's why it's able to find them, even if they don't put that they're a kid, by what they look at, it's able to find them and then give them ads and information which will in turn affect what they want to purchase, what they see, what they learn. That's something I caught on when she said Africa's Facebook, is something I thought about. Oh, you're saying it sees them through the camera? Maybe. Yeah, man, like, they were giving her all that praise. Why aren't we giving Edward Snowden that same praise? Why is he a war criminal now? He's like on the run. He can't come here. He had to go to Russia of all places. What is that, dude? That's just foul. He should be Medal of Honor recipient or whatever. I know he can't get that. He's not military, but whatever they have that's like that, he should get that for letting the American people know what they were doing, dude. Like, everyone had conspiracy theories that the government was listening and everything, or that they could tap into our cameras if they wanted to and shit, but he busted it open. He was like, yeah, I worked in that lab. Check this out. Wow. And they were like, oh no, you didn't. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Sucks, dude. He's a national treasure for standing up and letting the people know, dude. He could have been assassinated just in trying. Easily, because he wasn't messing with fucking Facebook or Instagram. He was messing with the CIA. They end people and no one knows it. No one, you know what I mean? They just ended. Heart attack. You know what I'm saying? Like they make it happen. So, if it's tornado warning today, well, you're gonna be alright. Oh, it's over? Hopefully it's over. Who's gonna grow up to be a doctor? Those kids? But the government says so the government has complete control on how children's minds develop. I mean, I think that they should just take the children off of Facebook completely. It wasn't meant to be for kids, and none of it was, like, really, it was meant for college kids. It was originally built around college kids. So, it should be 18 and up to get on Facebook. I don't know. Whatever they signed that bill into Congress, whatever, 92 he was talking about, to where the 13 and up thing, that opened the door for all kinds of craziness, including Omegle, including Russian roulette. Because they have that little disclaimer, you have parents for registering 13 over, you just check it, and you're in, you're good. Like, that needs to change. There needs to be some sort of validation of someone's age, rather than just checking a goddamn box, dude. Like, you need a credit card number or something, dude. That would really cut back dramatically on Omegle for sure. If you had to put a credit card number in to use it, that would cut back so much, dude. There's little things that they could do, and I'm probably not thinking of the best way either. They don't want to do that because it'll cut into profits. Everybody doesn't have a credit card, but there's other ways. So I just. Some kind of age verification of some sorts. We could even have some kind of database, like national database, where it's for the internet. That like if you're, because for instance, here's what I'm saying. But hear me out. I know it sounds crazy, like some commie shit or whatever. But there's a military system for if you're previously in the military, because you know we're all in this system anyway. If you're in the military, I mean we're all in the system anyway. Social security number, but the military is the next step, you know, because you're gonna get even more. But there's a system online to where I can validate my service membership, being a previous service member through it on businesses and stuff. But I have to put in information on myself, you know, my social, my name, and something else. I forget, maybe my years of service or something. And then it spits it back out with, okay, you're approved, going, and I get the discount or I don't. And of course I do. But there could be something like that for age verification for countries. Like our country could have that to where it's one simple organization that everyone knows about, that's trustworthy, that we all understand that that's where the age verification is done at for websites. And that's what's done for these websites that shouldn't be used by kids. Instead, we just gotta check the box. Okay, you're good to go. Go look at penises. What are we doing? Everybody's dragging their feet on trying to fix this thing, dude. Honestly, it's like alarming. All the red tape, the bureaucracy, whatever it is, it's mind-numbing. What are we supposed to do? And if you haven't went to Omegle, you don't truly understand until you've seen it. I think one of those things. Like even seeing a live stream of it and seeing what I'm going through doesn't experience, give you the experience of seeing what is actually going on. I gotta get it. I won't. Too fast. Everyone's to fix the same things. Well, I would think all parents would want that fixed because their kids are going on there. The chances of your kids not going on Omegle are less than them going on Omegle. Okay? That's the thing. That's the kicker. And most parents don't even know about it yet. But they will. I mean, eventually, because all the kids will know about it, and because they do. They tell, like, they're showing each other that crazy shit. Of course they are. Everywhere that has internet. And Hyphonics is showing everybody on YouTube. His videos gets a lot of traction. 1,000 viewers watching at a time. Hell, I didn't know about it until Hyphonics, actually. Thinking about it. Crazy. Does this put you in a Christmas mood? Oh. Something else I wanted to bring up, like, she said something about Facebook causing eating disorders, right, earlier? If that's the case, why are there so many obesity disorders, dude? Like, obesity. Why is if Facebook is perpetuating eating disorders, why are there so many fat people in America? That's all I gotta say about that. Shit, doesn't seem to be working, does it? Are they all dying and all the fat people are just living on? They're not. Must all be dying. They just go straight from skinny to dead, apparently. That was a Christmas song. It made me feel holiday-y. They had eggnog at Costco. I almost got some. It's pretty cheap, like 15 bucks. Not bad for a big old boop. But that stuff's not really good for you, is it? It was the whiskey eggnog though, which is the good one. The vodka eggnog is not the one you want. You want the one that has like bourbon in it or something. That's that real shit. That's that OG shit. You know, originally vodka wasn't popular. What it took was Smirnoff. Smirnoff, see, originally they also produced whiskey. And they ran out of corks when they were bottling, and they had to use whiskey corks. So when they commercialized that, they branded it as the white whiskey. Until then, people didn't like it because they knew whiskey. They knew whiskey had a tan color to it. Once they started branding it as the white whiskey with those whiskey corks in there, people started liking it a little bit. I'm surprised BTC keeps going up. Is it just gonna keep going up, bro? They can't. I don't understand it. That is correct. What is correct, dude? LOL is correct. Bro. Dude, New York mother and son arrested in theft of Pelosi's laptop. It was stolen during the Capitol riot. They just now got it today, apparently, or yesterday. Dude, was everybody going live just driving around in the rain yesterday? It's hilarious. WYSIWYG went outside and reported on the... It's such a big deal when it rains here. I told y'all it was crazy. I should have went out and jumped in a puddle so that aliens could have got their juices on me. I missed out. I might not be good enough now. Be good enough for them. That's what it was for. It was a juicing. They seeded the clouds. Their juices. Who's this lady talking about?
In the bill, it's the good paying jobs that come out of that bill.
Those are good jobs come out of that bill, baby. Where's Biden at? Is Biden gonna talk, or is it, who is this lady? Look, who is this freaking lady, man? Is she important? Where is the Biden? He's the one I wanna see. Look at that tractor. Oh, I'd like to get one of those for me to ride around in. You can come with two. Smoke a joint in the back. Hey, hey, hey. We're gonna go bail some hay. I lost the sub, I don't give a fuck, man. Hey, there's the Biden. He's the man. Look at that.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 324 Construction Career Center. My name is John Osika. I'm the training director.
You're not who I want to listen to. Don't give a fuck about you. Little pudgy man. Little pudgy man. Doing the best you can. Do it the best you can. They always got those special 2 microphones set up for the president. He's so special. Look how special he is. Look at him little. Pew pew. Choo choo choo. I'm tickling his eyeballs. Coochie coo. Coochie coochie. Coochie coochie. Give him a little nipple rub. Make him feel at home. Bro, why they got the cats in the background? America. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, he's crying. He low-key just got coronavirus. You witnessed it here. Come on, man. Dude, what is Bitcoin fucking doing? Why would it randomly be pumping right now? To my know. Something about U.S. bank launching something. Bitcoin custody service, I think, is what happened.
Get your mask.
I might need that.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I gotta go.
Hello, Michigan.
Hey, this is going on now.
It's good to be back. It really is.
Gotta go. It's time to go. I gotta go. I've been here 5.5 hours. I just realized. Alright, thanks for hanging out. Go hang out with the president. He's talking about some shit on Facebook. I'm sure you can find him on YouTube too. I'm gonna go lose some of my money on crypto now. Awesome. Bro, that stuff gets a little better. Today we get Angela. Hey, thanks again to Luke, Sassol, and oh my gosh, we had Luke Sassol with the dono. Thank you, sir. And God, it was the first one. Jim? What was it, dude? Oh. Over here. None of my stuff stays. Okay, shit. This is rad, that's right. He said good merman. Good marinin. Fun fact, the more friends you have on Facebook, the less you have in real life. Does the same apply for YouTube though? Probably. I think so. What's on the damn screen, derp? Bruh. Jeez. That's bro, I got everything out of whack right now. Fine. Alright. Thanks, guys. Deuce, that's all week, Angela. Gonna go in 100. SR Leonard. Then we go Lou. Wait, name me. Reject your comments again? Why are you doing that?